the state. What's wrong with that? It's against their will. It's against their will.
Still slavery.
Yeah, it is slavery. What's wrong with that?
That is you're providing a justification for the
Yes, that's what makes it not immoral. That's what makes it not immoral.
No, it is still immoral forcing someone to work against their will.
Okay, great. So punishing. So now what you've made immoral is punishing criminals. You made punishing criminals immoral.
Yeah, but the punishment is not slavery.
The punishment is slavery in this case.
Why is the punishment slavery?
Because that's what we decided as a state. Yes.
Therefore, it's immoral. Yeah.
Okay, great. So you've invalidated. You can keep the baby and throw out. You want to try to throw out the bathwater and keep the baby. No, you gotta get rid of all of it. Why? Because the baby's inside the bathwater. If you cannot punish criminals, then your whole society just collapses now. And since we don't want to collapse our society, we'll punish criminals, and then this is the way that we'll punish them. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Wait, I just want to be sure of something. So, is Matt's argument against?
I'm waiting.
Wait, is Matt's argument basically that, we shouldn't punish criminals with slavery, but we can with other things?
But capital punishment, right? You can kill them. You can keep them in solitary confinement. You can make them fucking be in 12 years long yard and being subjected to all manners of evil. But slavery, oh no, too much.
I mean, I'm not against punishing certain types of criminals with slavery, but I don't think it should be a general punishment.
Of course you.
That's a separate issue.
So the thing that is self-imposed slavery, which is by consenting, is considered to be, for me, like, it is self-harm. And I don't agree with self-harming.
What do you mean self-imposed slavery? Describe that.
Agreeing to be a slave is you are being consenting to be a slave is basically self-harm, and it's the same way as suicide. You are trading your own freedom. You are signing something, and then you agree to trade your own freedom because sometimes it is because of frustration, anxiety of the future. Limitation of chances, and there is no equal opportunities for all, that you find yourself in much less opportunities to be free than your person that you are signing a contract with. Slavery, I understand slavery. I defined it as the opposite of freedom. A free person is not a slave, and a slave is not a free person. And it begins internally. If someone is not internally free, he is going to self-harm himself. He is going to trade his own freedom to others, signing contracts or whatever for their own goal. That is slavery, even though it is self-imposed, right? So it basically a slave, you can understand things by their opposites. I can know what hot is that it is not cold, and cold is the absence of heat. Slavery is the absence of freedom. And a free person is the opposite of what slave is.
Really?
Yeah.
What? All this time I thought slavery meant more freedom. It means no freedom? Oh no! Thank you for...
Yes, prison is not a slave.
Can we make space for Ashley? She doesn't want to talk for a minute.
Ashley.
As long as you brush your teeth.
Oh, I was just asking where we were in the
Do I have to promise?
There you go. Like, in your hypothetical, does the person have the ability to forego the $1 million and walk away after the agreement?
Wait, nobody told me this hypothetical.
Samoa.
Tell her the hypothetical. Tell her the hypothetical.
The hypothetical is, Samoa's hypothetical is that somebody gives you $1 million, but you have to be their slave for 72 hours, was it? It was like 3 days.
Can I just ask one question about this hypothetical?
I'm trying to find out myself.
But I don't think my question is very simple. Is the somebody male or female?
That would be a Samoa question.
lost to
Okay,
you. There's
okay,
only
cool.
two,
So
right?
here's my answer. If the somebody is female, yes, I will be their slave for 72 hours. If the somebody is male, hell no, keep it within the
She's probably
It was
imagining.
about,
She's probably
Concrete's original, it was about Concrete's original, about whether or not it could be moral. You cut me off, it was
No,
my
I didn't. I just responded to Sugar Belly. So Mo's not here. Stop being entitled. Anyway, the whites are out of control today. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. Anyway,
Tommy, why are
Sugar
you
Belly.
racist to her for no reason?
Well,
You
it's
should have been Sugar
racism,
Belly.
man.
She gets the joke. The whites have been on a rampage today. It's been we really
I'm not here
just so
to
you
work on you.
hold on, Sugar Belly.
Charlie Kirk hates you.
You know the word they say Charlie Kirk died.
I know, Sugar Belly. Ashley and I have a rapport where she understands the joke.
Yes,
and
I
she
get
can
it, I
hear
get it.
arguing.
I get
Oh,
it.
thank you. I'm glad you realized that. Anyway, Sugar Belly, how have you been? Are you still in the market? What are your thoughts on the economy?
Look, like
That's not
my
super
answer,
subject.
my answer to the hypothetical is very simple. The thing is that if you agree to be a woman's slave for 72 hours, okay, fine. You know, she might ask you to do all sorts of weird stuff or whatever, but you're probably going to be fine. The problem with agreeing to be a man's slave for 72 hours is that it's guaranteed to get sexual. Guaranteed.
Yes, I know you're imagining
No,
Diddy.
thank you.
Yes, I know you're
So
imagining
Sugar
Diddy.
Belly, are you hold on? So if you enter into a contract for 3 days for $1 million, that makes you a slave?
I mean, so the contract agreement is like basically for 72 hours, this person can direct anything, and you're not allowed to say no. Like no matter the situation, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you, no matter if it's in day life, you're not allowed to say no. Like by definition of being a slave, right? Those are the conditions. The conditions are that for 72 hours, even if this ends in your own death, you are not allowed to say no.
No, obviously
I'm taking
you
it by
cannot be
definition.
killed. Obviously you cannot be killed. That's
Yeah, I
not-
mean, you know, or you would hope.
Why do we have the term? Why do we have the term indentured servitude? If everything is a slave.
Okay, Matt, so here's the difference, right? The difference between indentured servitude in terms of like the experience of it versus slavery is that indentured servitude has limits to like what the person can do. By definition, if you are somebody's slave, especially if it's the chattel type of slavery where by definition you are somebody's property, that person can end your life and nothing will happen. Like that is the full range of power that like being the owner of the slave gives you. But you can't just kill your indentured servants without consequences. Like
correct. In this
God,
hypothetical, you dying is not part of it either.
Matt,
It's $1 million for 3 days. This is why there's a 3-day clause. Obviously, you cannot be killed.
Matt, let me just say something. Sugar Belly, I think that this is a stupid point because I should agree with the general point, but you realize that even in actual slavery, there used to be laws about how slavery could be conducted. So it is not, you don't need to, like, so even in places where there was slavery, you couldn't just kill your slave, right? There used to be laws so I just wanted to add that to say, like, just because a person is a slave,
so here's the thing, on face of
the person doesn't need to be able to do anything with you in an unlimited way. Often within that institution, there will also be rules. So in every sort of, for example, if you think of Muslims, was different, right? So for example, you could enslave another Muslim, or if your Muslim slave converted to Islam, you needed to extend them certain rights, right? But it didn't change the fact that that was slavery. In fact, hence the different types of slavery, right? So you don't need to be able to do an unlimited amount of things to a person for it to be slavery. That's just what I want to add.
So I'm not saying that like you have to be able to do that for it to be slavery. What I'm saying is that by definition, slavery is inclusive of that. Do you get? So what I mean is like you have all around the world different cultures, different histories, different ways of like they did their own slavery. My point is that by definition, slavery is inclusive of all the systems where you can just kill your slave like without questions from anybody. And historically there were such systems like. Within a system, maybe it didn't apply to every single category of slave, but the point is that historically there were systems where within the population of slaves, you also had sub categorizations of slaves that you could kill them or whatever, and like nobody cared. Really good example, we're from a country where human sacrifice used to be endemic, right? Everybody who got sacrificed was a type of slave. Nobody had an issue with like sacrificing these people.
Yes. I just wanted to add that new dynamic. I just wanted to add to say for the base level of slavery, you don't need to have that unlimited.
I get it.
But yes, of course, I agree.
Another example is like slavery in Imperial China, for instance, right? On the surface, were you meant to be going around killing slave nilly? No, you weren't meant to be doing that. But a lot of the royal family, like for very little things, somebody would break a jade teapot and that person would lose their life. Or somebody would have a miscarriage or like have a stillbirth, and they would kill off all the people that assisted with the birth, that kind of thing. And there was no consequence because these are the masters and like these people are the slaves. So my point is not that you have to kill people for it to be slave, but my point is that slavery by definition is inclusive of systems where you're allowed to kill the person with no consequence. It doesn't mean it's going to apply to everybody, but like it includes that. And I say all this stuff to say that I don't want to be a man slave, okay? Because if you're a man slave for 72 hours, it's going to end up like his dick in your bum or his dick in your something. Okay, I can be a woman for 2 hours. I am not going to agree. I'm not going to agree to be a man slave all the time.
Really, what you added the stipulation that there would be no Diddy-esque encounters, and there would be third-party supervision, which had the authority to shoot to kill in case any Diddy-esque.
You underestimate how creative men are.
Oh, nah. See, look.
In their pursuit of
slavery. Then that's not
manipulation.
Manipulation.
You can manipulate someone to enslave them.
This is what I mean by the watering down of slavery. Like, none of this condition you guys are attaching is making it more slavery. It's actually making it less slavery. Just like we have OSHA, that's making sure you don't abuse your construction worker and provide them with a safe environment. Yeah, in slavery, there's no such thing.
Yeah,
in the past, in Arabia,
down of the term slavery.
Yeah, in the past in Arabia.
I have to agree with Matt, like on this point.
Yeah, in the past in Arabia, the people who were enslaved people. So in Arabia in the past, for the people to actually enslave people, what they need to do is to control food, to control water, and to take control of these things, so these people will not have any other choice but to go to these people. So manipulation can be a factor on enforcing people to be slaves to a certain person, right?
Yeah, true. So I mean, I didn't want to say this before, but so part of the work I do, right, is like slavery studies, which is focused on slavery.
Wait, Nathan, you have to tell us your answer to the hypothetical. Whether or not you'd agree to be a woman slave or a man slave.
I wouldn't agree to be anybody's slave. Doesn't matter who, like man or woman. I wouldn't agree to be anybody's slave. That's just my general
For $1
answer.
million?
I mean,
it's only 7 hours though.
No, but then that comes back to the question of, is it slavery if I willingly give consent to do stuff to myself for 3 days? This then becomes a question. So that's a different question, because then I would dispute. I would say perhaps that is not slavery if you're giving me $1 million. So, but I wanted to just add that, like, so there is slavery studies, right? And slavery scholars, for example, have talked about these questions that we're actually talking about. So it had actually been debated. There are all these philosophical and theoretical distinctions between free labor and slavery, even from as early as, so for example, if you think of John Locke, right, in the 17th century, John Locke was one of the people, for example, who defined slavery, and he, for example, in his 1690 book, the famous Second Treatise of Government, defined it in legal terms, and it entered into the distinctions between labor and slavery, where he was saying that, oh, slavery is the state of absolute arbitrary power of one man over another, right? Very simple definition. Arbitrary, absolute power of one man over another, right? And in John Locke's definition, for example, and I'm sorry to be boring with the sort of technical slavery scholars, but like his distinction between servitude and contractual labor was three-pronged, right? He said, you know, a person can sell their labor but cannot sell their person, right? So it is possible to sell a service but not sell themselves, and that if they sell themselves, regardless of whether there was consent in the selling, it is slavery because a person is unable to sell themselves, right? The second prong is that the only time, and this is according to John Locke, which was one of the earliest, if you think of slavery studies, right? He said that slavery is only legitimate as a punishment in a just war. So which brings me back to the sort of examples you were giving about people being enslaved after a war, right? And for John Locke, slavery is that's the only time slavery is legitimate, where there is punishment and there is a just war, and the war has ended. You know, otherwise, in the view of John Locke, if there is a continued state of war, so for example, Ukraine, Russia, whatever happens between Ukraine and Russia, those prisoners of war, the consequence of that coercion is illegitimate in the view of of John Locke, right? But of course, 200 years later, there was Adam Smith, right, who, in discussing political economy, for him, he saw slavery as sort of economically inefficient, morally wrong, and for him, it was also three-pronged in how labor sort of defined itself. And, you know, you can go to Karl Marx, you can go to Patterson in the 20th century, you can go to Weatherman in modern times, Deborah Hellman, and then the feminist debates, for example, where the radical feminists, like McKinnon, think that prostitution, for example, is inherently that you cannot call it anything other than sexual slavery, right? Because of the foundational gender inequality that undermines anything like choice. So they are the ones who came up with the term, we do not believe in choice feminism. You cannot choose to enslave yourself to a man, right? But then there are the sex worker advocates, you know, for example, who say sex work is labor, and calling it calling it slavery undermines agency. Then again, there are feminists who say that some types of sex work are slavery, sometimes are not. Trafficking, for example, forced prostitution, that kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to stop here to say that whatever we're discussing now, there's been at least 400 years of debate, and it might be good as we're debating to sort of like look these things up and see what, you know, slavery scholars have debated. Whatever we're saying, there's nothing here we're saying is new. We can talk about what we agree on, or I agree with Locke, or I agree with this, or I have a completely different opinion. But, you know, there are definite definitions, there are points where philosophers differ. It's you know, we can decide to be on either side of the argument. But sorry for boring you with the technical.
May I speak next, or is there a queue? Hi.
Hi, go for it.
Hey. So pardon my ignorance. Let me turn my okay. So I was asking in the chat, Nathan, what type of career do you make with a slavery degree? I mean, would it walk me through it? Maybe I'm ignorant to it.
It's not a degree. It's I'm in the research of slavery studies. So, for example,
That's your master's? You're doing your master's, or no?
No, I actually teach.
Oh, okay.
So, but I also have books around this that I'm working on, essays and so on, like academic work around, but particularly slavery in northern Nigeria. This is my specific area. Slavery in northern Nigeria pre-colonial times. You know, what is now northern Nigeria? So Hausa land, the Kanuri Empire, all of the sort of smaller kingdoms around
So this
what
is
is
a
now called
conversation,
northern Nigeria.
if you will. It's conversation.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. We can. I'm good. We can move on to someone else. I don't. Because you did just kind of give a nice submission. So yeah.
So I wanted to say that, and I'm not like, I didn't do slavery studies in school, but I will say though that I think that somewhere or something in which like it actually does really important work is getting people to realize that certain systems that they see in the world that they don't realize are strange, or they don't realize like are problematic, are actually slavery systems. Like a really good example of this is like Chokosi in Benin Republic, or Money Wife in like southeastern Nigeria, in Cross River and Akwa Ibom. They have this thing called Money Wife, right? And in Benin Republic, they have this thing called Chokosi. These are both two types of slavery that are kind of staring you in the face, but you don't necessarily realize it's slavery. So, like, Money Wife is like when you have somebody, usually a man, because men are like the root of all evil, usually a man, and this man owes somebody else money. It can be any amount of money, but let's just say he owes somebody a lot of money. And for some reason, he can't pay the money back. So instead of him selling himself into slavery, which is exactly what I think he should do to pay back his money, what he does is that he takes maybe his niece or like some other little girl in his family without telling anybody, and then goes and gives that girl to the person that he's owing the money, right, to be that person's money wife. And so that girl is then forced to live with the person that he's owing the money, usually another man, and provide sexual services or whatever it is, and free labor, like whatever it is, for X number of years until the debt is considered paid off, right? Chokosi in Benin Republic is kind of like a variant of this, but the difference is that I think they don't give the child or the girl to the person that they owe the money. They give her to some sort of temple or shrine or something to kind of work the debt off in some way, shape, or form. But the point is that like you literally have people that had nothing to do with the debt getting enslaved in order to expunge or rather absolve the person who's owing the money from like their obligation. It's slavery, but a lot of people don't like.
Yeah. I was just sitting here listening. I mean, I'm sure there's some form of something here in the United States, but we try not to focus on that slavery thing because it was such a problematic situation for us here. So you have to understand, I don't want to hear nothing about slavery. But when you guys brought it up, I'm like, what the hell? But at any rate, I can dig it.
I don't understand. Like, what is going on? Were we the ones who brought this up? Like,
no, I don't know who brought it up.
Yeah,
it was Andrew.
Somebody writing in the chat.
It was
Andrew. The room and blah blah blah. Like, this is not my topic. I didn't bring it up.
It was
Andrew. Why am I now being blamed for the topic that other people were discussing? Like,
no, you just rebel demons. You just rebel demons. That's it.
But I just wanted to add in response to the last speaker who talked about the sort of sensitivity of African Americans to the subject. I often like to remind Americans that whereas, they might have been talking about slavery from a long time ago, there are people who are still slaves now. I mean,
I'm okay with that.
Example.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
you don't have to say that. We know there's slaves over there on another continent. I can dig it.
Yeah, so yeah,
you can dig it, but we can't mention it on Clubhouse.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. So Miss,
Nobody said that,
I have to
my
be
friend.
honest.
You did
say.
No, I was listening to the audience for a while.
Okay, so I have to be honest. I kind of feel like this conversation took a weird turn.
It did, and that's why I'm very disgusted with it, because it started with Andrew, who's not even here anymore. That's what I'm saying. And people are coming up saying things like, this is what if you think you're a slave, you're going to be. So I'm like, where the hell did this come from? It was Andrew. Andrew said something about he doesn't see anything wrong with slavery. It's something about he would have them sleep in a big house, all that foolishness. So no, when you came in, it took a wrong turn, Sugar Belly. So that's why we're here, and I'm like, what the hell? Thank you. Yeah, this is interesting, Frank.
It's actually a hypothetical by concrete,
Yeah, I think we have
or like
a
a morals discussion. It was a morals discussion, like could it ever
Y'all
be
got a
under
weird
any
warped way of having
situations
conversations.
where it could be moral?
Basically, there's nothing wrong with having conversation, especially about slavery, right? It's those things persist for so long because we refuse to talk about it, we refuse to face it head on. And I know you're in the Baltimore area, so I recommend you to go to the African American Museum.
I know
Go
exactly
in the basement.
where to go.
Right, go in the
Thank you so
basement,
much. I did.
soak it
I
up.
know.
Right,
I know.
go in the basement,
I've been
soak
here
it up.
over 4 decades on this.
I hear you. I hear
I
you.
know about it.
Go. I will also say, with that nice American passport, go to Guadeloupe, go to the Memorial House.
Yes.
It is probably one of the best slavery museum in the world.
Don't want to
It will
do
change
that.
your life. It will change your life, and you'll have a different perspective.
Don't want nothing to do with that.
We need to teach these children about the past so that we don't
I can dig
repeat
that.
it in the future.
With all of it.
So we need to have the conversation. It's uncomfortable, but those conversations are needed.
When I first started studying this whole thing, right, in the country that I lived in, I was reading this. One of the first papers I sort of stumbled onto was a paper by a very well-known scholar in northern Nigerian history called Lovejoy. And the first paragraph of the paper was that as early as the 1980s, there were people who were openly either talked about, sold, or engaged with as slaves in northern Nigeria in the 1980s. So for me, of course I knew about slavery just from other things, but I didn't realize how close it was to me, that in the part of the country where I live in, there are people still being considered slaves. And of course, it's very, for us, I remember walking into the palace of an emir, and I'd done some project, but Blah had invited me to this big palace with sort of this absolutely sprawling, living room. You walk in, you're dizzy just by the size of the room. And he's so far in the distance that you can barely see him, and you have to maintain a certain distance on the red carpet, whatever. But his what I would describe as slaves told me, and they asked me where I was from, and I'm from part of the state that used to be a place where they used to hunt for slaves. And what he told me was, oh, you used to be our slaves. This was said to me in my own country as an adult, So the whole idea of slavery is very present and relevant in the minds of many of us. You might say, oh, we were slaves 400 years ago, or blah, blah, blah. For many of us, they call us slaves now, today, 2025.
Yeah, but
You still identify as a slave?
No, that's not what he said. What he said is that he went to an emir palace. If you don't know what an emir is like a kind of king, and basically they were just having a casual conversation, and he happened to mention where he was from, and the emir was like, "Oh yeah, you guys used to be our slaves." He just said it super casually, because he used to have slaves, he used to own slaves, or at least his family used to own slaves, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you guys used to be our slaves." He didn't realize there was something wrong with what he was saying. It was super casual for him. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, yeah, the Arab people invented slavery.
That's not correct, but anyway. But
I think it is true. If you look it up,
I'm kind of not even surprised because don't the Gantatas, don't they get their name from I think it's their great grandmother's slave? That's what they got their name from. So.
Oh yeah, northern Nigerian slavery is so.
Yeah, it's very endemic.
It's responsible for so much of what is happening today. You can trace it and the British left us in 1960, but also the British only came in 1900. So imagine full-blown proper slavery, and the British didn't really end slavery.
Wait, I have a question.
the open markets.
What do you mean when you say in the chat?
Exactly what I
this
said.
is their
You just
culture.
said that y'all
They are
had
that
slavery in
way.
Africa. That's what y'all do in Nigeria. Don't get
Wait,
mad
sorry.
at me. I'm
No, sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you just repeat that, please?
I said, should have said Nigeria has Nigeria has slavery, and said exactly what I said. That's what they have over there, and you do.
Yeah, but you said
That's all. That's
you
the
said
culture.
you said this is their culture.
It
They are that way.
is. Don't get mad at me, sweetie. It is what it is.
I'm not mad at you. I was just
Look, we're just
asking
having a
you.
conversation, right?
Yeah, I'm yes,
Okay,
we are having a conversation, and I'm not mad at you. I was just asking you to like expatiate what you were saying. Yeah, but anyway, I think the slavery conversation is pretty interesting because there's plenty of slavery systems all over the world in 2025 still that need to be ended.
I'm a slave for you.
Very funny. I actually really like that Britney Spears song. Oh, Concrete, you're back.
On this argument is almost like it's like if you see a bunch of people fall into a hole, and you see there's no way out of that hole, why would you then volunteer to like also jump in the hole? I don't get it.
What do you mean? The argument part of it ended, I think, a while ago.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're doing the after show, the after party. So we're talking about how Matt saw all these people fall into this hole where they couldn't argue that slavery is inherently immoral, and then he, after all of them jumped in the hole, he decided to also jump in, and I don't understand it.
When did I jump in?
Because you think it's inherently immoral.
I don't think that that's what's really up for debate. Like, I don't think
Not what I
that's
said.
What was the original debate?
The morality.
No, I get that. I
get
get
it.
how you guys got
But-
here.
My issue was always the strict definition of slave. I do not like the watering down of the word slave. I don't like this multi definition that diminish what real slave, if I dare say, went through.
Yeah, so you
I'm
already
going to be honest with you.
I don't think sex work is slave. Sugar Belly.
No, sex work absolutely is slavery.
Yeah, no, I don't
It's
think so.
slavery, and it's slavery because it meets those criteria, which is that you're forced to work, right? You can't stop. You're forced to obey. You can't get out of it without severe consequences to your life and safety. Like by those conditions, that is slavery. It doesn't matter like what people think about it. The point is that it meets the criteria.
So I guess Matt could say that there
No, it
is.
doesn't. Hold on, real quick. No, it doesn't. A young
I'm
woman who
sorry.
goes on a newspaper or online and put an ad and receiving clients on apartment in
Okay,
the
so
comfort of
Matt,
her home,
so
that is
yes,
sex
so
work and that is
Matt,
not
you're
slave.
doing that thing where you're trying to pick the type of sex work that you think is based in freedom, and then you're trying to use that to extend it to like the whole sex work umbrella.
So all we have to do
Can I suggest something?
Then you guys can tell me. Yeah, I know. Let me just say my thing. Then you guys can tell me like what you think is wrong. Okay. So if we take all the sex workers in the world, all of them, including the ones that stand on the streets, the ones in the brothels, the ones on OnlyFans, those who are selling their farts for $1,000 in a bottle. If we take all of them, right, and then we look at okay, how many of these people meet like what's criteria? The vast majority of the sex workers are coerced. The vast majority of the sex workers are doing it against their will. The vast majority of the sex workers face serious consequences if they attempt to stop doing it, or they face serious danger if they attempt to stop doing it. They're not able to stop doing it freely because they have somebody they have to obey, they have somebody they have to give the money, and so on and so forth. This is the typical sex workers situation. Now, at the fringes, the outlier typers are the glamorous ones. The ones that you see on OnlyFans, there's like their middle class bedroom or their upper middle class bedroom. All they have to do is take off their clothes on a camera. There's no dirty man coming to stick anything inside any part of their body. Or the ones that, they dress up really nicely. They go to meet those billionaires in Monaco or whatever. And I've noticed that a lot of people, when they want to talk about like sex workers, they talk about those glamorous ones and then they act as if the reality of the glamorous ones applies to the average sex worker, and that's simply not the truth. So for majority of these, you can sign on mute. Like,
Sugar Belly, you don't have to use 75 words to repeat yourself and make a fallacious argument. Yes, that means hurry up. Take the social cue. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up.
Did you have something?
Hurry up. You cut me off to make this horrible argument. Hurry up.
Did you have
I'm tired of being cordial with you. Hurry up.
Did you have something?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes, social cue. Get it.
If you didn't submit your life to
Look, I let you cut me off, but now I'm tired of it. So hurry up.
So I'm sorry, but like it's really not realistic. Like the experience of the average sex worker is like, yes, it's slavery.
All right, so Sugar Belly is engaged in, because she was speaking for so long and so erroneous in her logic, and she knew it. So I won't. God loves me. Anyway, she was so erroneous in her argument that I had time to come up with the fallacy that she was committing, and we're gonna call it the fallacy of composition, which she admittedly employed, right? All right, so here's the fallacy of composition. This is when you incorrectly assume that a characteristic true of the individual parts must also be true of the whole. So yes, there are individual parts. We'll just split the baby or split the sex worker. There's individual parts of sex working that are coercive and slavery. Then, as Matt described, there's a aspect or characteristic of sex work that is not. We're done. Thank you. Have a nice day. And all you did was use 75,000 words to make a bad argument. And look, I don't want to put belt to ass, Sugar Belly.
What you just
But you needed it.
Thank you.
Can I?
So you didn't need to explain what I said in additional words. Sorry, only.
Yeah, we don't need additional work.
Shut up, concrete.
No, okay, so like, I mean, again, just back to the whole slavery studies thing, right? So it's interesting that even this conversation is not, even among feminists, it's not a simple conversation. There are like serious feminist scholars on both sides of this argument who have said that sex work is not work, or that sex work is work. And so, for example, the abolitionists among people who do feminist studies around sex work, and they see not just prostitution, but prostitution, pornography, those kinds of things as institutionalized sexual subordination, and that in fact the reason why the consent for them is not real consent is because the consent is produced by inequality. And so the line to sexual slavery sort of is thin, right? So we have Catherine McKinnon, for example, Andrea Dworkin, Sheila Jeffries, Melissa Farley. All of these people say that prostitution is inherently exploitative and degrading, and that even though there is a market exchange, that market exchange does not coerce, does not sort of cleanse this kind of position. Now there are the middle road, right? That talk about the limits of market, the limits of coercion, the limits of exploitation. So you think of scholars like Nadine, Deborah Zatz, that talk about the existence of both proper and noxious markets, right? That some markets are permissible only with strong drills. So for example, rules around sex work, government protects workers, blah, blah. Otherwise, they will produce these like harmful power asymmetries, right? Then of course there are people who talk about contracts in terms of say if you have a sex worker and you have a contract, it can actually mask like domination, and that prostitution can regain kind of hurt within patriarchy that it does within sex, right? So it reproduces that kind of patriarchal authority even when there is consent and all that. Now, there are people who say, well, if there are proper rules, then, for example, we can say that some people are not. So there are abolitionists, there are those in the middle, there are those who are radical on the part of sex work being work, and that is, for them, it is tied to the agency of women to be able to deal with sex how they see fit. And so if a woman wants to have sex with 100 men in a day and she has agency to say no, she has agency to stop, she's not bound by contracts that force her to do it, which is the case, as one might argue, with a few so-called OnlyFans models, right, who are able to sell their services as they deem fit on their terms, and it's starting and ending on their terms. So some of those sort of people who are not on the abolitionist sort of side would argue that that is not slavery. So for me, I think that there are several ways to argue the point, and I think that all of them have some kind of merit. I'm not particularly tied to either one.
Nathan, I
Can
have
I-
to say.
Can I actually
Second,
reply to
come on, came off first. Come on, come on, man. Y'all gotta listen. Women are
Concrete, so I'm
wonderful.
assuming that you're going
Women
I'm assuming
are
that you're going to
wonderful.
speak, and then Ashley will go after you, and I'll go after Ashley. Is that okay?
Women are wonderful creatures. There's nothing against y'all, but you have to be more assertive. Thank you. Anyway, Nathan, I really like your approach. And maybe I want to make sure I'm interpreting it correctly, where you're laying groundwork on the underlying theory or thoughts on a topic in order for the listeners and the people, the enemy combatants such as Matt and Sugar Belly, to then come to the right conclusions based on this information that you're providing. Now I take it that is most useful when you're dealing with people who are operating in good faith and who aren't entrenched and intransigent with regards to their position, and they are willing to humbly consider the underlying frameworks that support these systems, these beliefs, these understandings. But I think after 3 or 4 rounds of somebody holding on to their position with unmovability, even in light of like damaging defeatedness, then I think that approach is no longer useful. Even though I think it's commendable to continue to try, but I hear what you're saying. I definitely want to give you your flowers on that. Now, again, I'm going to just reiterate the point because I think it's more effective in my approach, or in tandem with his opinion, my approach, which is to say I think Nathan has clearly laid out the position that it's not one or the other, but both, right? Not both, both. BOFF. And stop arguing against both, because we know that is the more reasonable, logical position. Yes, some sex work is slavery, not all. Not all. Hashtag not all. And Sugar Belly, if you argue against it again, that it's all slavery, then we know that you're just being
Concrete, I
ideological.
strongly believe that you have a hearing problem.
One second. All right, just correct me when we're done. If you're not making that argument, fine.
It's already been done.
If you're not making that argument, then fine. And Ashley, here you go.
Nathan, I could make the argument that, because of the social structures and because the stigma that comes with it, once you start any kind of sex work, because of that stigma that comes along with it, you kind of can't get out of it. You kind of can't do anything else. So, I see the argument where any type of sex work is a form of sex slavery. Like, even if you start it willingly, because later on, when you go to get another job, we've seen teachers fired and all of that. I'm just trying to engage in the conversation and make more different.
Actually, please go on, because I honestly,
You can't tell her to go on and interrupt her. You're interrupting her by telling her to
to hear my mic.
Oh, I landed my plane.
Hold on, Tim. Be nice to Sugar Belly.
Okay, so Tim, so she and I was after her. Are you like not going to mute me, or I don't know? You just being aggressive for no reason.
No, we've been momming good all day, and I come back in, you already interrupted me. But go ahead, you're up next. Stop playing and fucking go.
Oh, you conveniently didn't come in when everybody else was
You're not
screaming
in
and
big
shouting.
game, Sugar Belly. You are not in big
It's only
game.
my voice that you heard. The whole time when they were shouting at themselves, you never came in to hear that one. Anyway, what was I even saying? Yeah, so concrete. I think I have a hearing problem because like even my initial statement was based on the fact that sex work is slavery for most of the sex workers, but clearly there's some sex workers who aren't enslaved. So I don't know why you thought that it was like in bad faith. Well, anyway, there's a matter of like bad faith, whatever. But actually, yeah. So I think like what you're saying is really interesting, and I think I found this to be true as well. That there's this manufactured stigma, against women who have engaged in anything that's considered to be sex work, and the whole point of that stigma is to basically keep them out of polite society and almost like to depend on sex work or to continue depending on sex work. So like even if they want to change or they don't want to do that anymore, they want to stop doing. The stigma is to prevent them from accessing like normal means of employment or like just normal means of social integration, so that they're forced to be on the fringe and kind of whether they want or they don't want to like keep having to do the sex work. And then I wanted to say that like even in the parts of sex work that people think are kind of free from enslavement, so like OnlyFans for example, a lot of people see OnlyFans as like a sanitized kind of prostitution or sex work because they feel like you're just in your bedroom with your tripod or whatever it is, right? And and there's nobody there coming to force you to do anything. But OnlyFans has a lot of hidden coercion. So, for instance, I've noticed this trend where a lot of the OnlyFans girls, they have boyfriends who are either photographers or their boyfriends are like the people producing their videos or something like that. And then it ends up being this weird thing where they have to give the guy a cut of what they're making. And like one of the biggest OnlyFans creators, her name is Amaranth. And she's one of the few OnlyFans that was making like millions and millions of dollars, from doing her hands. And Amaranth like basically broke down crying at some point, saying that like her boyfriend was forcing her to do the OnlyFans and that he was taking her money and and she was being bullied and he was taking like her money and stuff. And people were shocked because she was incredibly successful, So even when it doesn't look like there's coercion, there can be coercion there as well. But to what Ashley said, I think something that is incredibly interesting to me personally, right, is how in a lot of the societies where the people will say things like, oh, prostitution makes a woman dirty, or like they'll turn up their noses towards any kind of hint of sex work, right? In a lot of those same societies, if you look at the way they go about their dating and their marriage and like their normal, quote unquote, normal relationships, a lot of it is basically prostitution, but just sanctioned. So like I hear some women like saying stuff like, oh, after you learn this sex trick, he'll be paying for like your nails, or he'll be paying for your this or your that, or he'll be paying your bills or whatever. And I'm like, do you not realize that you're describing prostitution? You're basically saying that you're going to learn like advanced sex skills in order to induce a man to start paying some of your bills. It's just roundabout prostitution, like in another weird way.
So is that
But
prostitution?
they don't see the what
No, it's just a joke shit.
Dummy it.
yeah, so I was just like interested in what Ashley was saying because like I always thought it was hypocritical. I thought like the women who are basically they're basically fucking men for money, but the man they're fucking for money is their husband, or the man they're fucking for money is their boyfriend. They'll turn around and be like, oh my god, like she's dirty because she does whatever it is, OnlyFans, or because she's like a high-end escort, or she's like a regular prostitute. They're like, oh, she's dirty, but you're also like doing sex for money. Like, what's going on?
Sugar Belly, you buried the lead. So do you agree that not all sex work is slavery?
Concrete, do you have a hearing problem?
attention problem. I was like looking at something else. Can you just tell me succinctly?
Okay, that is what I
Oh, is
said.
that where it was? It's
That is what I said from the beginning.
Alright, sorry, Sugar Bell, sorry. Anyway, how you doing, Sugar Bell? You still in the market? What do you think about that?
What do you want? Do you want to marry me?
Yo, Sugar Belly.
You have
Sugar
asked
Belly.
this question 4 different times.
Sugar Belly. You know we talk about stocks and here, crypto. Don't act like this is like some.
So you want to pay my bride price?
Don't
Like,
act-
is that it?
Don't act like this is. Don't act like this is some flirtation device. You get it? Flirtation device. Anyway,
My bride price is 250K. Is that what you want to do?
It's ain't that like new land in America?
No, $260,000, like US dollars. It's not.
Sugar belly.
Alright.
yo, Sugar Belly.
You know you saying now.
Come on, y'all.
Now you
Man,
buying a habit for 250.
man, you're out of
You
your
know what kind
mind.
of problem you're gonna have? You know what kind
Man,
of
you're out of your mind.
belly?
And on
You know what
top
kind of problem you're gonna have with sugar belly?
on top of that, 50,000 in gold. So 4 carats.
What's spot price? What's
She's
spot
talking
price?
about the gold
How
chocolate.
much per ounce?
That's what's going on.
Yeah, it's gotta be
24 carat.
Anyway, so.
She said 24 carat.
That was, yo, no,
Yeah, damn, she just blew us out of there. She said she want 24.
Sugar Belly White price would be the best investment I've ever made in my life.
Because
How
you
tall are you
asked
again, Sugar Belly?
me the same
Yeah,
Sugar Belly.
so I want to know
How tall are you, Sugar
like
Belly?
if that's your plan.
How tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet tall.
Stop lying.
Okay, you know what? Wait, hang on. So I'm just going to say one thing. El Nathan, I know El Nathan in real life, so ask El Nathan how tall I am.
Nathan, is she being honest?
Wait, I didn't know y'all had.
Yeah, she is tall.
No,
Say, yo,
no,
if
you're
y'all.
being irresponsible.
Hey, y'all gotta stop saying that.
Belly, you are being irresponsible. You should have had a billion babies. All of them would be NBA players.
Real shit, he ain't lying.
Y'all gotta stop talking to my queen. I don't like the way y'all speaking to my queen. Anyway,
My bad, Concrete. My bad.
We'll move up the way, Concrete. We'll move up the way.
Thank you. So, do you take? Anyway, let's move.
If any of you want to get to Sugar Belly, I'm the official broker. You have to come to me.
Not El Nathan trying to take a cut of my bride price.
Yeah, I need like 8%. I'm not giving you 10%, just 8%.
These are Nigerians for real.
See, what we gonna do is we get 6 goats.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not accepting goats. Like I'm only accepting cows, like full, unhealthy cows, like not those
What the fuck is this? What the fucky?
Oh, she hating. Look at her hating. Oh, she hating. I'm hating.
Shut the fuck up.
Look at them.
Fucking incel. You just fucking talk.
Oh, shit.
Like, you know what? If I was a guy country, I swear to God, if I had a fucking dick, I'll fucking ask to make you my bitch. You're so fucking
You know what?
annoying.
That's that same guava spirit.
Who is that?
Guava, don't you have that same spirit?
Who is that? That's not making a little sense.
A new unlocked player.
You're a stem cell, and like, I mean, you're jealous.
See what you done did to me,
I'm
Sugar Belly?
an incel.
Sugar Belly, see what happened now?
And you're just so
Now that you
weird.
finna get married.
You just talk. Are you married? Nobody could have married your bitch ass. And anyone did, you want to beat her up and rape children because you're fucking low.
Look.
I feel bad for any woman that married him. I'm scared of him, actually. He wants to beat me up. I'm scared. I'm scared of him. I don't have a dick, so you should be.
Concrete, don't say anything else. This is kind of weird.
Wait, what's going on? Do you
Y'all can go to the back
She
channel.
just got here. She
Private.
just got here.
You move
This is her
on.
first day here.
You
Sugar
guys
Belly.
go
I do not know
into
her.
private.
Hey, look at Carolyn hating.
To a back
Sugar Belly,
channel.
you see what happened now that they know we're finna get married?
Move on from the conversation, because I don't want to hear that. And I'm
We
pretty
know.
sure
It's not me and Tally. You're not me and Tally. You like Tally.
the
Yeah, I was
rest of the
trying to
world don't
ask,
want to hear that.
where's Tally?
want to hear about a gorilla climbing a tree. Can we move on?
Motherfucking D.
She also say you
Sugar Belly, but I'm 6 feet tall too. What are your thoughts?
That's fine. Okay,
You don't want to hear
I'm in the house.
Yeah.
Sorry.
By the way, Concrete, I appreciate you wiring me that 100K last week.
No problem, buddy.
I appreciate that 14.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. No problem, fellas.
This height thing, right?
And that order for that king size blanket for 2,000, that really helped me out.
That surprised me. Like, I will say, like, something that I really found very surprising is how obsessed American women are with men's height. I found it incredibly surprising. Like, they talk about men being tall so much, and I don't understand the obsession, because a lot of American women are very short. They're like 5'5" or something like that. They're quite short. So I don't understand. Like, why
Not too much on short people.
it's
I'm
not
5'1".
what they're from.
Yeah, like, I mean, so I think what I'm trying to say, like, it makes sense for like tall people to date other tall, and for short people to date their fellow short people. But the people, in fact, the shorter they are, the more obsessed they are with tall men.
And that's a
It
fact.
confuses me so much.
Well, that's because tallness
I
represents
vote is 6'1", so yeah.
tallness represents masculinity, and it also represents dominance. When you're tall and you are, and that is more masculine. That's why when we see tall women, they think they trainees. But
Yeah, I've heard that.
I've
I've heard this kind of idea from Americans as well. So like that's like the flip side of it, right? So I've seen Americans calling tall women masculine. Also confused me as well, because I don't know, height has never figured into masculinity for me. And I don't. It's not a very big deal like in Nigeria. But in America, height apparently is a very big deal. So I was like, people are, I'm even seeing like men going to get surgery to break their legs and like make their legs longer to look taller.
Yeah, that's just the internet, baby girl. That ain't everywhere.
Sugar Belly, there is finally something we agree on. I dated one tall guy. My entire dating career, which was very short. I dated one tall guy. Every time we went out, I thought I'm only 5'4".
Dating career? Did you say dating career?
Yeah, dating career.
I got married young.
I love it.
I got married young, okay? But I dated one guy that was over 6 feet, and I always felt like he was taking me on a walk. I was like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. No, my husband's only 5'10".
Yeah, so like,
That's nice.
like height.
Yeah, see, that's me, bro. I'm like 5'10", bro.
For me, like, the
Oh,
difference
cool,
I have
yeah.
when it comes to height is just
Point is actually the guy that you married is taller than you, not that he's over 6 foot.
Yeah, but he's not that much taller.
Yeah, but she's
Like,
she's
I mean,
short.
if
She's very
it's too
short.
much of a height difference, it's like, dude, how do I even kiss this dude?
Exactly.
Do I get a step ladder? But,
Jeez, your nigga ain't in the league. He's 6'5".
I mean, so for example, like my dad is 6'3",
He can't dunk, but-
right? My dad
Right
is
there.
6'3".
Yeah, he's
My
6'5",
mom
and
is,
Tim,
my mom is
shut up.
5'8".
You're so annoying.
Your mom is 5'8".
Yeah, my mom's 5'8", my dad is 6'3", and I'm 6'8". So I'm kind of like in between them. I'm taller than my mom, I'm shorter than my dad.
Interesting.
But with the whole height thing, I feel like the only limitation I have with height is just practicality, as Ashley said. If you're gonna get a neck problem trying to kiss this person in either direction, then it doesn't make any sense. But if the guy is the same height as me, that's fine. If he's slightly shorter than me, that's fine. If he's slightly taller than me, that's fine.
To be
But
fair,
I don't understand it.
Sugar Belly, with Nigerians, the average Nigerian man is a confident man, right? There are other things that make up for not having maybe the ideal physical stats.
Yeah,
that
it's
Nigerian
quite
culture
common
produces.
to see Nigerian men short and their wives are towering above them, and that's like very normal.
Look, King of Sugar Belly, the shorter the Nigerian man, the bigger ego.
The more he likes tall women.
Yeah. The shorter the Nigerian man, the bigger his ego. Like,
Yeah, I
you see
agree,
a short
I
Nigerian
agree.
man, be afraid. Be
Sugar
afraid.
Belly, do you resemble Yemi Alade?
Do I? Sorry, what do you say?
Do you resemble Yemi?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Ask him if
What about T-Will Savage?
resembles
What about
Cedric the
T-Will
Entertainer.
Savage?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't know.
Sugar Belly asked Concrete if he resembles Cedric the Entertainer.
Concrete, do you resemble Cedric the Entertainer?
No, I'm taller than him.
Okay, so and Carolyn, what like features are you trying to like compare?
Oh, I was
Just trying to be shady because we're getting married.
I'm not.
No, me and you, Sugar Belly. She's mad that we're getting married.
Wait, excuse me.
Why?
Wait, 1 second. How are we getting married? Did I accept bride price from you?
Why not your mouth?
Did you give me any gold?
It's
You
on the
haven't
way.
given
It's
me
on
any
the way.
gold, and you're telling me we're getting married. Concrete, go on Mene right now and buy me something.
I'm not.
Go on Mene.
Girl, listen, you can have him.
Open-minded.
You can have him.
Open-minded.
You can have Concrete
I
because
say open wallet, open ass.
Yeah,
he's
open
in the
wallet,
truck.
open bracket.
Oh, for crying. Y'all are wild, man.
Fix him some food,
How can you be going around
and
telling
some
people?
Foo-foo.
Wait,
At least
what?
a cornbread.
Like,
Nigga said open the wallet, open
number
the
one, I
ass. That's
hate
crazy. What's
I
the thing?
hate fufu and I hate egusi. Number two, yes. But number two, how can you be going around telling people that we're getting married? You haven't bought me anything from Mene. You haven't bought me anything from Over, right? And you have the guts to be telling people that we're getting married. Go on Mene.com or go on
he can buy you a Starbucks drink.
and buy me
Sugar Belly,
Wait,
you
what's
want
the-
a
what's the-
hand
what's the-
crocheted,
Alright, we need-
king
Nah,
size
Nah, he gonna
blanket.
get you right this
No,
weekend.
Ashley, Ashley, I don't say that way. So what I want is on Mene right now that they have a fishbone necklace. I think it's like 16 to 18 inches of pure 24 karat gold. That's what I want to start.
Man, you're blocking my pocket, Sugar Belly. You're blocking my
Just like
pocket.
an Igbo woman. Just like it.
You're blocking my pockets, okay? I'm trying to get my business going.
Hey, alright, Guam. We're gonna have to make this work, Guam.
Very well.
Nigga, I never wanted you. I
It
never
is,
wanted
wait,
you.
it's very well. You're putting an evil woman.
Yo, chill, Kanye. Don't do that.
He can buy you an drink. You understand?
I don't want you.
I don't know why this person wanna focus on her.
Before you kiss
I don't know why she wanna focus on me. I'm talking to Sugar.
Y'all niggas.
Mad I'm moving on, bro. Like,
Check that engine light. Try to check me.
get your life together.
No.
Don't worry about me
Get
and my
your car together.
cars.
Wait, is this like a lover spot?
No.
No, it's some woman with some weird ass
Hey, you
obsession.
stupid dummy, stop going around here and pretending that you're me.
With you.
Tell everybody that you're a supermodel when you're really not a
Can you
supermodel.
talk to your sugar belly?
Shut the fuck up.
I'll shut the fuck up.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to date an evil woman, you need to be ready to spend money. This is very
And it really is an interesting and odd thing to me that it's not being clearly identified, is that Charlie Kirk was not being targeted in the Kimmel comments. What happened is that Kimmel opportunistically, or his writers, who knows, I mean, guys, who knows if Kimmel really did the research here, right? Was opportunistically applying what Charlie Kirk did to the Republican/MAGA group. And it was just completely false. I mean, it's like blatantly false. It's actually hilariously false. I mean, this was a guy who is anti-Charlie Kirk, someone clearly conservative, Republican MAGA, and was very pro-trans, anti-Trump, and anti-conservative movement, and clearly pro-trans is that kind of the focal point. I mean, so whoever, unfortunately for Kimmel, he didn't do his due diligence, because I think he's a smarter guy than that. And likely his writer just kind of fucked everyone, essentially, by being lazy and not actually realizing that Charlie Kirk was on the other side of things. So that's literally what happened. It's unfortunate for everyone, because I do think, ultimately, that the government is putting the pressure, and the FCC, people don't like this, and you know I'm onto something when that's the case, right? The FCC and the administration clearly put at least indirect pressure in this direction. The Nexstar acquirer of a lot of the assets out of ABC, a big deal for them, also seemingly put pressure on it, and we don't know what backdoor conversations were had. So what happened, it seems, in summary, is that this was a pressured thing. ABC would not want to do this. They had to do it, likely from administration pressure on down the chain. Could also be Nextstars, I don't know, maybe they're owned by Republicans and they just were boiled their blood. And they're like, if we're gonna, we're gonna take this guy out, if we're gonna do this deal. We don't know all the details, but clearly a pressured move, and also one that is really incited by the political climate in the United States and the MAGA team and the Trump administration having the opportunity here to highlight a blatant, what looks like liberal media propaganda, right? Because unfortunately for, again, Kimmel, it was clearly incorrect to the point of libel, I believe. And he said it anyway, and I think they jumped on it and made a martyr out of him. And I agree with that too. I heard someone else say that. It was brilliant. I totally agree. This could be the best thing for Kimmel's career since, his career. Like, he could make a killing off of this financially by, getting this turmoil on his name and taking the right side of things, or the side of things that are most profitable to him. So, sorry, Marshall, I see you want to say something. And I kind of closed there too, so perfect timing.
Awesome. Marshall, do you want to go? Did you kind of work?
I don't know, it kind of sounds like we're saying, well, something shitty happened to Jimmy Kimmel, but there's going to be something real good on the other side of that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm sure you would agree with me. Government, FCC, those folks getting involved, saying they're going to censor people, probably not the best thing in the world for free viewpoints. Right? If the government's getting involved in viewpoint discrimination, essentially saying there's one right method of behavior, and that's not to mock Charlie Kirk, I worry that verges, to say politely, into government censorship, and I'm not so sure that's the thing we want to do in our country.
Thank you, Marshall. Now, guys, I was walking, so I have Les next in the queue. Is that correct, everybody?
Yes.
All right, Les, my main man. It's your turn, my friend.
Well, I looked at what Jimmy Kimmel said, and he did not say anything bad about the assassinated guy. He merely said that the assassin, he didn't think he left-wing guy, and that this was being used to paint all the left-wing guys, and he thought he might be a right-wing guy. And it's very likely that this joke was written at the time where all that was known was that he had Republican parents, and he was a guy that went hunting with a hunting rifle, and that's not necessarily a left-wing guy. I don't know how much of this him having being insulted by trans, which I think is, and I don't know this person, but I'm assuming that's what motivated this. So I don't see what Kimmel did. He was incorrect, but frankly, 70% of the people on Clubhouse would be not able to speak if they got something wrong about breaking news, because people make assumptions, and which I would never want to see. And I believe the question is not just free speech, but we don't want to suppress and make people afraid to speak, and to have different viewpoints. And what else? else is important. One other thing. Also kind of wondering, I would love to see this talked about in the chat if someone's interested. We had experiences like with the Red Scare. And, we were worried about Stalin and stuff, and he was a horrible guy. And we had suppression, especially in Hollywood and stuff, and the TV industry. And what people felt about that. You have the right of association, and on the other hand, you don't want to see talented people not being able to work and all the harm that was done there. And finally, in terms of talent, I think Colbert and Kimmel are very, very talented. And to compare them with Carson was living in an era where there were only three choices at most. ABC, the three major networks. Now there are a million choices, really a billion choices, any website, all these streaming services. And to compare their numbers doesn't have to do with their talent. However, it does say that the business model that worked before doesn't work now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Les. As always, great to see you here in other rooms. And let's go from the mighty, mighty Midwest. Meryl, welcome.
Hey, Scott, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
As you continue to moderate, could you do it in the Trump voice? That'd be great.
We're gonna go to Meryl. She's a very nasty woman. Okay, very nasty. She's very nasty. Look, she's like worse than Rosie, if you could believe that. Go ahead, Meryl.
Thank you, Howard. First of all, my son used to work for Disney corporate finance, production finance. I tried to get hold of him all day because I wanted to know what's his take on the cost of Nightline and nighttime and all of that stuff. But he probably was avoiding this conversation, so he didn't call me back. We need to look. I would like to look at what Kimmel said in a broader sense. We're hearing what he said is half of the. It's really half of what was actually happening. He said that that the right was that MAGA people were hoping that this guy wasn't one of them, the killer wasn't one of them. We have to remember that the president immediately announced that this fellow was, whoever it was the far left, radical, evil left, the evil left. So he was actually kind of making fun of that. Regardless, he also made a mistake because to talk about that at that particular time was like talking about Jesus, because Trump had built this man up. This man, Charlie Kirk, has been built up more in death than he was in life, and it is abhorrent to begin with that he was assassinated. That is abhorrent. There's no question about it. But if you have to take it also and consider your president was talking about it. Your president was blaming people, and your president put it in a political climate, put it in a political sense, and that is what Jimmy Kimmel does. I'm not going to worry about his contract because it's apparent. They didn't fire him. There is some concern about what's in the contract, what's not in the contract. So they have suspended him indefinitely. So, I've worked on contracts. I know about these things. So I'm not going to be too concerned. They went to their lawyers. The lawyer said, right now, just suspend him. So that's where I sit on that. Should he have been? I think we are not being honest with ourselves if we say that there isn't some political pressure, something from higher up, and we're not talking about executives, we're talking about Trump. And regarding deals and people that were going to not carry the show anymore, that also while it's a business decision, it may have been based on a political decision as well. He is somebody who has made political commentary part of his humor, whether you like it or not, don't watch. But I do believe that this is political overtones, and it is about free speech, just free speech about the wrong person. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. I don't know if I can do it all in the Trump voice because it takes. I gotta write material.
I prefer no Trump voice.
Yeah, David, absolutely. Perfect.
Am I next on your
You
list?
are next, David. Thank you very much. What do you have to say?
I think we see a trend here. ABC backed down on a lawsuit that they had with Trump that they knew was very winnable. And that started a bad precedent. Maybe they had no choice, maybe in their minds, and they did have, this pending business deal coming. Sinclair, I guess, is involved with the newest one there, basically NAGA. I guess they're a third of the deal. If you watch their stations nationwide, I don't know if I should say this. I'll wait for maybe Gary to come back, but I'm glad for him to use the word gay as in happy and reclaim it. So I found that refreshing. The Trump administration just filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. I mean, you can't tell me that there isn't intimidation. I know Abby is in the audience, and I've got it right here. I'm sorry. There's a Supreme Court.
Which decision? I'm on stage.
Oh, good. Number 22842. It was May 30, 2024. The NRA against Maria Vuelo. I'll read the short part here. Sotomayor found that she wrote the majority, government officials cannot attempt to coerce private parties in order to punish or suppress views the government disfavors. So that there's that precedent. And Kimmel was blatantly anti-Trump. I think he crossed the line many other times. I like him as a person. I don't think he's liked him better in some of his previous shows. But we're seeing a trend of suppression here now.
Against him and so it's either we want don't remember something like that. But if you're gonna get food, you gotta get some black. That's $9 left.
I can't hear what you said.
You guys see opened up by accident.
And that quarter tank of my car set been
He's talking about can you mute Steve?
Hey guys, sorry. Yeah, can you mute yourself, Scott? Sorry about that.
So that's the gist of my thoughts, and I've enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much, David. Let's go to Dion Ware. Dion Ware, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. I wanted Gary to be as I'm speaking because what is happening right now, things I told he and Marshall, when it's not that I was being an alarmist. Again, this is something that I studied in University of Brisbane, Queensland, the fall of democracies. I spoke about one. The Rwandan genocide and how it started. And what Trump is doing, what the FCC is doing, interfering, cajoling, is what led to these things. I mean, these things have been done. I mean, books, articles, studies have been done on the behavior of authorities. Today, Trump said that because he won the election on Air Force One, nobody has a right to mock him. And the FCC is now going to go after TV stations. So, well, Americans voted for Trump. They should be able to live with the consequences. But for me, my job is to come up every day and remind, when things like this happen, and remind Gary, I told you so. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you very much, Dion Ware. I appreciate it. And we come now to Linda. Linda, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say?
Hey everyone, good evening. I just want to say, I know it sounds kind of dumb, but when I was growing up, my dad came to the country in the 80s, and he lived in a totally different country. So he used to watch with my mom, Johnny Carson, and then we, and then went on to Jay Leno and Dave Letterman, that whole thing. But and there was the one guy, I forget what his name was, and he had a big lawsuit with one of them. I forget I don't know if it was Conan. He made a bunch of money off of that lawsuit. I think it was Conan. I don't remember. But anyway, so yeah, I
we have freedom of speech. You can make fun of, you can make jokes, you can make fun of the president, you can make fun of things. And so my dad, like, he was like, oh, that's right. So yeah, I feel like my dad, like, his paranoia, I feel like I'm starting to feel that way now. It's like, you can't even have, you know, an opinion. I don't think anything that Jimmy Kimmel said was really that offensive. He didn't he didn't make fun of Charlie Kirk. He didn't directly attack Charlie Kirk's family. I don't think anything he said was like very like that distasteful or inappropriate. I mean, he just said, you know, his opinion and on who the killer and the shooter was and where they were from. I think because Trump has sued various media outlets, he's now suing the New York Times. He's like sue happy. I think that's what ABC is afraid of. I think they're definitely scared of, you know, there could be a lawsuit. I think they're money, and it's what they do for a money grab. And then I do think that these broadcasting companies, there's political MAGA and like various conservatives or whatever, different political views, and I think I think people right now are on a political witch hunt. If you say anything about Charlie Kirk that people don't agree with, they're on like a political witch hunt about it, and it's pretty ridiculous. I read the article by Sinclair Broadcasting, what they're demanding. They're demanding that Jimmy Kimmel issue a formal apology to Charlie Kirk. They're also demanding that he give Charlie Kirk's family money. I mean, it's crazy. This is America. I feel like people should be able to state their opinions. And I'll say this last thing. I mean, things that Charlie Kirk said weren't always, you know, the nicest things about certain groups of people. He said some things that I was like, wow, that's really kind of evil. But I had to sit and listen to it and grin and bear it, and I had the option to change the channel, change YouTube, listen or watch something else. So I just feel like, how could he sit there and he's allowed to say all these things, but then another person wants to make a commentary and they can't? And the last thing I want to say is, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there's currently a petition going on. It's a growing petition to punish South Park because they made an episode about Charlie Kirk before he died. And South Park already pulled the episode from their reruns. Comedy Central has pulled the episode out of their reruns, but the episode aired like August 6th. This is before he died. He watched the episode himself and said it was funny because I watched that commentary Charlie Kirk made. And it's still streaming on the Paramount Plus platform, but there's nothing South Park I don't think can really do about that, or either could Comedy Central if it's still streaming on a platform. That would be up to Paramount Plus to remove it. But yeah, there's people that want South Park canceled. I just think people are going way too far with this, and I definitely think Trump's influence is just going way too far. People should be able to have an opinion. This is America, and they're just, it's kind of like a fascist dictatorship, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate your contribution. And let's go to Ben. Ben, welcome to the stage. How are you? What do you have to say?
Hey, real quick, Scott, did I make it back in enough time? I thought Gary was leaving. I didn't want to lose my spot. I thought he had closed the room.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Chris. We'll put you in the queue.
All right.
Because you were here before. No problem, buddy. Go ahead, Ben.
So if anything, the person, whatever Kimmel said, the person that should be offended should not really be the Kirk's family, but rather Trump himself. I think the whole, if you watch the video, the whole context of this so-called offending speech, I think he was ridiculing Trump's reaction or response when reporters were asking him, how do you feel, after, this Kirk happened, he was shot. And then he just drifted into saying, oh, I'm doing good, we're building this wonderful ballroom, blah, 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 blah. It's a great chandelier. I think Kimmel was really ridiculing mostly the response by Trump being seemingly a bit of a cavalier and drifting away from the topic that he was asked. Basically, his response and emotions after Charlie Kirk was murdered. So I think that was the gist of it. And if I look at the actual words of what maybe the FCC Brandon Carr was referring to, that he saw something offensive to Kirk or his family or disrespect, he was basically saying, I'm reading this really short paragraph. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. So, if this were in a court of law, and one side was arguing that he was denigrating Kirk, or saying that the alleged murder was one of the MAGA gang, this could be a really interpretation, because honestly, if you were to really accuse Kimmel of smearing the MAGA gang, if you will, I think he's not really saying that this alleged shooter is a MAGA, but rather he's saying that the MAGA crowd is trying to push this person away from their crowd, if you will. I think that's what he's accusing, if you will. So there's very little in my mind that the FCC should find this as disrespectful of Kirk's family, or insightful, or anything to that. So anything basically in the public interest that Brad and Carr mentioned. So I think there's a very, very weak argument to say that the FCC needs to step in if the stations, the networks, don't do anything about Kimmel because Kimmel had said something drastically evil that would hurt public interest. The thing that I wanted to, a lot of people have mentioned a lot of good points. I think the First Amendment angle, I still think it's important because we really do believe, not even for comedians, but even from newscasters, they have a large, fairly higher threshold of being held as against the law for things that they say, because we do want to set a relatively high, the high bar rather, or at least give them leeway to express themselves as journalists, free of constraints, if other than violating laws that are strictly prohibiting like incitement violence, yelling fire in the crowded theater, etc., etc. And then in the case of comedians, I think they should be entitled to even more. They really should be able to ridicule, make fun of the political figures and political phenomena or movements without the fear that they can be pulled off air or punished. But other than that, I think there's one other angle that I want to add to this conversation, which is that, remember, this is before FCC issued any rulings taking away licenses, which they probably can't really do, or any court order NBC to stop Kimmel. It's before any of that happened. It's actually the companies, the employers preemptively doing this. In fact, the word preemptive was used in the news report for putting Kimmel indefinitely in suspension. So I think to me this is even more concerning, because if there was a court challenge of FCC's action, that's one thing that a federal judge could issue based on constitutional First Amendment right that the FCC had something wrong. But this is before that. The companies themselves, ostensibly for the purpose of their business dealings, as in trying to gain favor from FCC to allow them to buy stations or to make exceptions to the whatever the 39% rule of ownership, that they themselves are doing this. So that they're sort of doing the bidding of the government in terms of restricting speech. And I think nowadays, with technology being such an integral part of our lives, we should be more aware that First Amendment doctrine or previous case laws, maybe they need to be updated in modern days to understand the power of these private companies regulating speech themselves, ostensibly for private purposes, but in fact it's impacting the everyday citizens' way of life and freedom of speech via the comedians or news broadcasters. So I think that's even more concerning to me. And if this trend continues under the current administration, where law firms are capitulating, stations are paying out $50 and $60 million settlement, even though they may have a fairly decent chance of winning in court of law if this will come before a federal judge for final resolution. I think that would impact our way of life much further than any particular comedian or even administration. I would think that this is a platform that we should be, all of us, voters or not, should make it known that we want to defend our right to freedom of speech and be aware of the power of private companies, sort of in cahoot with the small, not small government. To me, what this administration has done is really not a stereotypical philosophy of small government, but rather they're pretty looming large in our lives with their actions, direct or indirect. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much, Ben. Appreciate your contribution to the conversation. And let's go to my dear friend Abby. Abby, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. So first of all, just clear up a couple things Ben said, which I wasn't even going to talk about. You absolutely can yell fire in a theater as long as it's not an untruth. If there happens to be a fire in a theater, you better yell it. It's only when it's an untruth that it is not protected. With respect to his other comment, which is the prior restraint that he's claiming for the Preemptive Act, these are private companies. It's already been litigated in front of the Supreme Court with respect to how much government regulation is going to attach to these companies. We had the case, what was it, last year or the year before with Twitter. So, I mean, I would argue not for more government and more government involvement, especially in the private sector. I actually was coming up to talk about one of the companies involved because I know them extremely well. I've had many contractual deals with them, and I know the senior management of the company. And I also understand how the market share works with ratings and with sponsors. And you really have to look at, first of all, Sinclair and Nexstar. First of all, Sinclair actually had the deal to buy Tribune as they spun off the actual newspaper, and Tribune was going to sell those stations. That was during the Trump administration in 2018, and the FCC didn't come to their side. Sinclair ended up not doing the deal, and lost a lot of money in the transaction. Shareholders took a bite with that. And now Nexstar picks up the same deal basically to come in and saturate the market and own and go over the monopoly number of ownerships of these affiliate stations. These I can speak to Sinclair, which is a conservative company. David Smith is conservative, although on his board he has Democrats and outspoken Democrats. He has a mix on his board. Also in his senior management, there's a mix. But it is a conservative-leaning company. And it's their choice if they want to air different syndications or different TV shows or not. And, I really think you have to look at the business decisions that they made and also what Nexstar made. And it also has to do with viewership. I said this in another room. Steve was in the room with me. It was a big stage, and I asked how many people on the stage actually watch regular network TV, because most of these late night shows were a result of people that were tuning in for the 11 o'clock local news in their cities, and then they naturally would go on to the late show. And the viewership on the evening news is, they're winning with a 2 to a 3 point share in ratings when it used to be 12 to 15 points. I mean, it's just dropped substantially. And sponsors have dropped. These stations make their money during the election cycles. It's considerable money, especially with PAC money, which is so much more than when the candidate themselves is buying the airtime. So I think those are all their business factors, and that coupled with these companies not making their choice. And yes, could it be that they want to gain favor with the FCC? Perhaps that's the reason Nexstar made that choice. However, that's a business choice of a company, of a private company. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Abby. Always great to see you. And let's go to Chris. Chris, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say?
Hey, Scott, what's going on, Howard and Alan? On the recorded page in this room, please send my wishes to Gary directly and keep recording. Let's get to the topic. Should Kimmel have been suspended? Well, obviously not. Again, another overreach from our administration. The sensitive bunch.
Window, I sure hope you're looking down, because we ain't going quiet and we go screaming.
The people who told us that the liberals were crying liberal tears. Very crazy to witness people try to make sense of it as if they had any sense of what type of rating it is.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now.
Prior to yesterday, actually. Yesterday. Like, this wasn't a topic, so with everybody digging and filing for research and analysis and ways to conform the vision for what they believe.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window.
I will say it in my words, idiotic.
Charlie.
Impressive. And the reason I would say it's idiotic because we don't have to reach that far to make this shit make sense. The man stated that Charlie Kirk's death was bad. We all agree. Nobody needs to be assassinated, died, whatever. We can go the whole route. We all know the spiel that we're all supposed to say here. But that wasn't what was funny about that joke. What was funny about that joke was that he told the American people that Donald Trump reacted to Tony Kirk's death like a 4-year-old who just
Dude, this guy is whack. Your show sucks, dude, because you're
that
so...
is a quality comedic joke at the highest level. Why? Because the video that he showed prior to that was exactly that of a child, no disrespect to the president, excuse me, of a man who obviously seemed to not care or give a fuck about what happened yesterday. Hey, listen.
Dude, this...
I'm alright. Hey, Mr. President, how are you feeling about Trump president knowing that he's the president? I'm good. However, look at all them trucks over there. See that stuff I told y'all was built in the backyard? That's going up right now. You asked me about
Jesus rebukes you.
Got all that cement in them, man. We're about to put that ballroom together like we planned. Now, yes, I'm paraphrasing a lot of that. I made a lot of that up for the entertainment of this conversation. But that is exactly what that man did on national TV after being asked about a tragic death that just happened days ago. So what Jimmy Kimmel stated was probably the closest fact of truth that we've gotten out of anybody in the last few days. The man actually did not give a damn anymore about the conversation about Charlie Kirk. Basically the same amount of not give a fucks they have about the Epstein file, if we're being honest. So yeah, witnessing him use the Epstein as his battering ram to people attacking or making him feel less than what he did. It's sad because we shouldn't be able, again, this is just another instance of the administration overreaching in categories that should be bipartisan. And the people that are supposed to be bipartisan in those categories actually just saying, no, I'll bend the knee. For whatever reason, if that's just loyalty or you have something over, we don't know. We don't know why he keeps winning lawsuits against television networks for basically nothing. Why they're paying out specifically for basically nothing. I've used basically to hold a lot of weight here because I don't want to go into details of what they've been sued for. But the same goes with the Jimmy Kimmel, hey, you need to accept an apology and you need to donate to the charity. That sounds like a shakedown in my eyes because he never said anything that disrespects Charlie Kirk's death. But we watched the shakedown now for going on 10 months. Since the president took office, we've literally watched the shakedown of America. Company, organization, hell, our museums are being shut down now. Next will be the American people. Maybe we were the first because he told us that he would get the prices down, and we completely forgot about that, or at least the base did, while he threw everything out at us and told us we were all supposed to pay attention to the other issues. So back to the topic. Should Kimmel have been suspended? No. It would be foolish to keep trying to make reasons around network TV dying. Hey, somebody's watching. I Googled it. They said the highest ratings between 7 and 11 on all national television. That still leads into Kimmel still having some baseline or base of the TV slot. And realistically, yeah, nobody watches TV, but everybody sees clips. So yeah, TV may have a loss leader, but TV also shouldn't be all for profit. Because if it's all for profit, that basically just tells us they can do whatever they want to make sure it's making money for them, but it does not have to be quality entertainment for the American people. And that's what the FCC should be fighting for. Not one left wing or right wing joke going a little bit too far. It should be making sure the quality of the information is good. And if you're telling me that the joke about Donald Trump wasn't quality information, well, maybe you guys shouldn't be in charge of entertainment. Air quotes there. I hope y'all caught that. Air quotes, entertainment. Or the ability to affect our entertainment. Because he never got out of body, he never said anything rude. Only thing he might have said rude was directed to him. And that's who affected his job. Very crazy to witness. I wish we would stop trying to politicize and overanalyze everything for the sake of being the person in the room that may seem like the biggest brain. And let's just start speaking from our truths, our heart. Well, if we would have seen this on any other demographic, any other base, any other political party, even if it was an independent political party, we would all be up in order. We should not allow our First Amendment rights to be taken away under the pretense of a situation that none of us have anything to do with. They're working real hard to convince us that our First Amendment rights shouldn't be this open and free. I don't care what Charlie Kirk said about me. I'm a black man in America. It wouldn't be the first time a white man went on stage somewhere and tried to discourage people from believing black people can. Will and do. We've survived it this far, guys. So now let's not have air quote, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but people, like Kimmel said, like the Utah governor said, people start being sad, depressed, hurt, and ass hurt behind words that 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 weeks ago, you didn't care about. They're using you, they're confusing you. They got you fighting for something you don't care about when your prices are still high. And I'm going to land here. I appreciate the time, and I know Gary left, so we probably got a little bit of time, but I don't want to do too much. I've said a lot.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Hold on, I got you, but let me land with this, and I got you. Truthfully, I really think we need to come together as a people and start having better conversations in the middle. And if everybody has an analysis take from their left side, or everybody has some deep analysis take from the right side, we'll never get to the middle where we get to have a real polished conversation, a real open and honest conversation about where we all feel we should be there. Because I'm sure this is not what the Republican Party thought. The Republican voters, I promise you, didn't think this was going into form. Same goes for the leftist voters. Same goes for the independent and left center, whatever you want to call it, right center, whatever. We all now need to start having a discussion. Is this what we picture for our future? And if that's the case, and we get to the table and we have a real honest, earnest conversation about where we all stand in this America, and we find out that this is the best case scenario, then fuck it, that's the best case scenario. But it's time to start having a real conversation with real feelings, real emotion that don't tie you back to Republican or Democrat, or independent or Republican, or leftist or right. We need to have a real human conversation so we can figure out how to stop some of this before we lose it all fighting each other. All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Howard.
Thank you so much, Chris.
What did he even say other than say we need to have a polished conversation? I didn't hear a fucking thing come out of his lips that had anything to do with anything.
All right, Steve, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say, man?
Pleasure to be here, and I hope Gary is okay. I'm going to read an op-ed, an article that I posted on my Facebook this morning. This is by a Los Angeles criminal defense attorney and sometimes ABC commentator Lou Shapiro. Quote, Jimmy Kimmel's suspension from ABC followed remarks he made during his monologue about the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. On September 15th, he said, quote, we hit some new lows over the week with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it, close quote. He also criticized the responses by political figures
Steve Paul's a bitch.
that former President Trump was the fourth stage of grief construction after Trump, when asked if he was holding up, responded by talking about a new ballroom being built at the White House. The reaction was swift and polarizing. President Donald Trump gloated, quote, "Great news for America," close quote. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel's show is canceled. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible, close quote. He later added, Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. On the other side, celebrities and political leaders rallied to Kimmel's defense. Actor Ben Stiller posted simply, "This isn't right." Actress Jean Smart wrote, "I am horrified at the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel Live. What Jimmy said was free speech, not hate speech. People seem to only want to protect free speech when it suits their agenda. What is happening to our country?" Comedian Wanda Sykes accused the Trump administration of silencing dissent. Rosie O'Donnell, Kathy Griffin, and Sophia Bush all joined in condemning the suspension, warning of rising authoritarianism and chilling effects on free speech. Political figures also weighed in. Former President Barack Obama warned that the administration has taken cancel culture to a dangerous level by threatening regulatory action against media companies. California Governor Gavin Newsom condemned the suspension, accusing decision makers of prioritizing politics over democratic values. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker was blunt. A free and democratic society cannot silence comedians because the president doesn't like what they say. This is an attack on free speech and cannot be allowed to stand. ABC's decision appears to be driven by the backlash those remarks provoked. Affiliates, notably Nexstar, condemned Kimmel's statements as offensive and insensitive in a tense political climate. The network also likely saw risk in relationships with advertisers, regulators, and local stations, worried about audience backlash. Added to that, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr criticized the comments as misleading and suggested potential regulatory consequences for ABC and Disney. It's important to differentiate between the constitutional protection of free speech and the rights of a private employer under contract law. The First Amendment restricts government censorship or punishment, not actions by private entities. ABC is a private network. Its contracts with on-air talent customarily include clauses, morals clauses, reputational harm clauses, advertiser relations clauses, etc., that give the networks discretion to discipline or suspend hosts whose public speech could harm the company's reputational or financial interests. In this case, Kimmel's statements accusing a political faction, the MAGA game, of opportunism, implying misinformation or mischaracterization, mocking how a high-profile figure is responding, arguably fall within what ABC might deem risky under such contract provisions. Even accepting that ABC has contractual authority, many see the remedy, an indefinite suspension, as disproportionate. Kimmel's comment, while controversial, was part of his role as satirist, commentator. Punishing a public figure so severely for expressing political commentary may chill others from speaking out, especially in media and comedy, where exaggeration, provocation, and critique are part of the craft. Less punitive options could have achieved accountability without silencing him indefinitely. For example, ABC could have imposed a shorter fixed suspension of 1 week, coupled with an opportunity for Kimmel to issue a public apology. Such remedies would acknowledge the seriousness of the controversy while also respecting the role of satire and commentary in democratic discourse. Instead, the indefinite suspension feels excessive, amplifying concerns about overreaction. In conclusion, though Jimmy Kimmel's suspension generates strong feelings, it does not constitute a constitutional violation of free speech. ABC, as a private employer, retains the legal right to enforce contractual clauses and manage how its talent public speech aligns with its business and regulatory objectives. Still, it's not right to rejoice in someone's misfortune. Whether one agrees with Kimmel or not, celebrating his punishment undermines the values of open dialogue and mutual respect that should guide public debate. In moments like these, it is especially important to remain balanced and measured, recognizing both the rights of private companies and the need to preserve space for honest and open dialogue, even when the message is flawed. Lou Shapiro is a criminal defense attorney, certified specialist, and legal analyst out of Century City. He's occasionally on Facebook and can be reached at louisjshapiro@gmail.com. I land my clubhouse plane.
Thank you, Uncle Steve. And Uncle Steve, for the critical thinking after party. He usually pops the room open, so he's a great guy to hang out with. And we will go to Steve. Steve, I moved you down just because you were unmuted, so glad you're back, buddy. Glad you got back on the stage. And you will actually close us out. Steve, my man, what do you have to say on the topic of the day?
Well, for what Uncle Steve was just articulating, the function of any company is your fiduciary function. If you have a board and you have investors, is return on your investment. And if you look at a map, and I looked at one the other day where Sinclair had their stations all throughout the United States. This was a map where Sinclair, based on the climate, was going to take a hit. And if you're in that boardroom and you don't do something to protect your client, and you don't do something to protect your investment, then you haven't done your fiduciary responsibility. Is it over the top? Possibly. We're in the heated climate. People throwing things back and forth all the time. I had a small company one time, and if one of my employers was out there aggravating my clients all the time and it was costing me money, guess what? I hired you not to be a voice for my company. I do that. That's not your job. So, was there FCC stuff? Possibly. I was looking at where Sinclair and another company is talking about mergers. But these are all business models. And, you can't complete the First Amendment when it comes to someone's business. If you want to go to work for someone, like Steve was talking about, there's clauses in contracts. A lot of contracts are at will anymore. That's where you're right to articulate yourself in a manner that could be detrimental to someone that's put time, sweat, blood, and money in a corporation that you don't have the right to go out on your own and sabotage. If you want to do that, start your own company and then just say whatever you want to. But in that case, I would suggest that if you operate a company like that, you'd probably go bankrupt. So that's my take on it.
Great point.
Thank you so much, everybody. And that brings the room to a close. Thanks, everybody, for being with us. Thank you, Alan, for being here. And Howard, thank you so much for modding here. And prayers, thoughts and prayers with Gary and his bleeding foot. We all hope that his foot is heals up nicely. Thank you all, and we will see you all tomorrow for the end of the week show.
Did you know what you've done?
He's gonna listen. No problem. I'll close the room.
No, Royal.
No, because it's annoying as fuck, and I'm trying to
No,
expose
Royal.
Guys, if you're not gonna let me get my shit off, I'll just kick you out the room, or I'll fucking end the room. I don't give a fuck. Like, if this is the whole point, I opened the fucking room, right? So this guy, he said here, oh, well, I want to get back to my argument, And I said, okay, give your argument. And then he says, yeah, because we were rudely interrupted. Bitch, what? I just entered the room. I said, hey guys, what are you talking about? And you said, oh, hey Royal, you were in Amir's room? What were you talking about over there? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah? No? Yeah, literally is what he said. So I told him what I was saying in the other room, and then I came there. Yeah, no problem. So then he goes, oh, we were rudely interrupted. I said, how are you rudely interrupted when I said, hey guys, what are we talking about?
Hey, I was just playing a clip for somebody. I'm trying to explain to you what happened in the room because you weren't in there.
Trust Qatari government or the people. And there are a lot of slavery going on, and a lot of people died in Qatar when there was a war final going on. I don't know what was it.
Only like 300,000 are like actual citizens, right? The rest are like all kinds of like workers and like
Yeah.
300,000. That's the number of citizens in this country.
Yes, it's
If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I remember.
Yeah, that's correct, but it's even more because some of them they don't have any ID, and they get their passports. It's like they basically kidnap them. It's a new slavery. It's a very bad country. I mean, it's.
And they were able to host what was it, the soccer, the championship, or like what was it? FIFA. And this is like part of this whitewashing them into like as a normal country. I think that yes, and I think the good thing about what the attack that Israel did in Qatar, maybe the timing was questionable, but it was like masks off. Like they're playing as mediator while also hosting Hamas and also operating Al Jazeera. I just didn't get it from the get-go. What the fuck makes them mediators? They are like participants. They are like the financiers and the propaganda arm. They are not like a third party. They should be. I don't get it how they're not like how Israel doesn't sue those countries in the same way that South Africa and all those are suing Israel.
Because they say that, yeah, keep your friends close but your enemies closer. And since America or USA has the biggest base there, basically Qatar is hard to ignore for Israel. But I think Israel did the right thing. Actually, Iranian and Iranian people are happy.
Okay, I'm just going to give it and then I'm going to go away. Give it.
Sorry?
Someone's talking. Normal.
Amazon?
I'm getting normal. Of my talking to the Israeli guy.
Speaking of the double hundreds there, do you remember the Sri Lankan army fighting against the Tamils? I think circa 2006, 2011. I mean, there were reports of tens of thousands of civilians killed. No one gave a shit. Not a single demonstration in Europe. I mean, just think about it.
Listen, you know, the entire world is up in arms about this Israeli attack on Hamas on Qatari territory. 3 months earlier, Iran launched missiles at American targets in Qatar territories. Everybody acknowledged that the attack was not on Qatar, but on the United States, which was an enemy to Iran. And in this case, the world flips out with condemnation left and right, as if we attacked Qatar. It was just 3 months ago. How can people like forget it? It's the same country.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. They were talking about the removing Kimmel from the show.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
And first off, Moose and JCC, were you able to hear the music and hear me talking? I just couldn't hear you, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, we heard the music.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, great. JCC, thank you. Appreciate that. We just started because I was just playing a little bit of music. So let's first go to JCC. JCC, you want to talk or you want to defer to Moose for now?
Moose could say, my 2 cents is neither Kimmel nor Stephen Colbert should have been fired. However, it is what it is. Maybe bigger things will come for them. So
you got it. Okay, Moose, go ahead there, bro.
I echo JCC's sentiment. I mean, you just cannot not make this stuff up. It you know, a lot of folks were upset that Kirk was allegedly killed for his. Well, we don't know he's killed, but for allegedly exercising his free speech. And yeah, I agree. Nobody should be killed for exercising free speech, and I don't think anybody should be canceled for exercising free speech, particularly comedians. But I guess it's one thing to be doing your bit at a bar, except when your bar is owned by corporate mega corporations. Well, then let's cue the censorship. I think these are concerning days if this is a pattern.
I'm going to say something that's
This is a
totally
Steve Ballmer
politically
here,
incorrect, but I believe is 100% is true. I totally support cancel culture because, in my humble opinion, I stress opinion, cancel culture is democracy at its heart. You get millions of people that say, I don't want this person on your TV show, or I'm going to stop buying your paper towels. That is pure democracy. And y'all, you are all free to disagree with me, but I totally support. Well, yeah, we'll do it in order. And if you want to
slandering your political opponents is democracy.
The show earlier, Critical Thinking, they were talking and they were talking about Jimmy Kimmel. So let's rock and roll. Jerome Powell, I don't think I've spoken with you before, have I?
I think we did.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to speak to you again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
You. Hi. To be honest, I just gave you this big eye thing because you said you support the cancel.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, I do.
Yeah, but the example you gave, that's not really the cancel culture.
Really? What is a better example? Please educate me.
No. You scared me because you said you were supporting the cancel culture, and then you gave.
I don't support all the people that are canceled, but I totally support the premise of cancel culture because I believe it is our truest form of democracy. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but the example you gave is less worrying than I thought, right? Because I don't support the cancel culture because it's a lot of people it's a small group of people screaming and making a lot of noise, but it's not I'm a little rusty in my English. It's not they're not talking for everybody. You know what I mean? So when you gave it, I thought, oh, okay, you're still my friend. That's sort of a joke.
I wasn't referring to Charlie Kirk or Kimmel. I was referring to the premise of cancel culture.
Yeah. But the example you gave, I can totally. I can
Millions of people saying that if you don't take that person off the air, we're no longer going to buy your paper towels. That's exactly what I said, yes.
Okay. But is that a cancel?
Advertisers control the air. If every single advertiser canceled their contract on the Jimmy Kimmel show, his show would have been canceled immediately, and no one would have questioned it. They would have blamed it all on the advertisers. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but that's still not the cancel culture, then, right?
Well, educate me. What is cancel culture?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No. Okay.
Well, if you don't know, how can you argue what I'm saying is wrong?
No, it's not wrong. I think no, you're fine. It's just, you said I support the cancel culture.
I support the premise of cancel culture because I think it's one of the truest forms of democracy. Yes, I've said it 3 times.
I can hear. I just came in, so I should I can also listen, of course.
I love that.
I would like to give you a compliment because it sounds really hard, like cancel culture. But in this case, I totally agree with you because this is the way it works. Who pays? What is the saying about it?
Steve Appel's a bitch.
Advertising.
A big stupid bitch.
Not content.
So is JCC. So is Marshall.
If all the advertisers
This shit already sucks. And Moose is also a bitch. El Normo. I like El Normo. Everybody else on this stage is a bitch.
Take my word for it.
Yeah, I do. So thank you, and I totally agree.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I love it when people agree with me. Let's say hello to El Normo. Hey, Normo, I know you just got here. Did you want to talk or did you want to hang?
Well, I wanted to say that the expression is, he who pays the piper calls the tune.
Oh yeah,
And there. Oh no, sir, who was that? Was that Jerome? You got to hang. You got to stay on mute. It's also Norm. You don't bite the hand that feeds. But please continue.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Now, there's another truth here, and that truth is that these networks are hemorrhaging money these days.
Yep.
So whatever contract they hold with their late night talk show, however many millions of dollars they're. I have a feeling they're having difficulty getting the kinds of ratings that they had as recently as 10 years ago.
No question about it. I mean, all of late night, the ratings and the advertising revenue have been going downhill steadily. Yes.
That's right. And, the ratings for YouTube are up, and you can watch a million different things on YouTube. So what do you want to sit there and watch television with commercials for?
It's not only that, but if you're on YouTube, what is the production value of a YouTube cost? A couple of $100, a couple of $1,000. They pay millions of dollars to produce each show, don't they? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the world is changing. And this is not only a political decision. I think it is. I think it was horrible taste for Jimmy Kimmel to wade into this matter with the party he's not even told. But I also think they had a financial motivation.
Norm, I think they're looking for an excuse. Just my opinion. It's not like everything else was okie dokie until this comment occurred. I think they were looking for an excuse because of the low ratings, because of the loss of revenue, and this was just an excuse, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, pretext.
I don't think he should have gotten fired for what he said, but I do think what he said was incredibly problematic. 4 days after the guy was shot, he was making a claim about political motivations of the shooter being on the right-hand side of the aisle. One of the responsible things is to go, political violence is bad. It's bad when it's done on all sides, period. And Kimmel tried to equivocate in a way that, drug him into something he shouldn't have. It took his ability to be funny and made it political in a way that was just not helpful to his overall message.
Sounded to me like he was gravy training a death to get back at MAGA. And to use it as he was gravy training a horrible death to stick another sword in MAGA's chest. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, he was being rather explicit about his views. The people on the right were trying desperately to turn him into anything other than, quote, one of them. I think it's incredibly unwise for Kimmel to have made such a remark. I just feel like there needs to be a bit of clarification from my view. Shouldn't have gotten fired. I don't think that should have got him off the air, but he shouldn't have said it. He was piling on top.
It was in very bad taste, I'll tell you that.
He was doing the same thing that President Trump did that was so destructive for the country. It was destructive when Trump blamed it all on the left, and it's destructive when Kimmel just blames it all on the right. It doesn't help.
Thank you.
Did I get in here real quick?
Yeah, hold on. We got Necro and then Steve Necro.
Yeah, in general, it's like, I just think with Kimmel, with cancel culture, I don't like it, and it's not because, though, I'm a person who is, anybody who's woke who lost his job recently for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or anything like that. But it's also not because I'm not it's also not because I'm a person who is conservative, who has ideas that a lot of people just find really unpopular. I just think it's ultimately kind of essentially.
They were so unpopular they led to the last presidential win, the largest defect since Richard Nixon.
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, I just think conservatives, though, when they complain about cancel culture, they complain essentially like about ideas that they complain about and they speak about the next day, like, you know, abortion, like when they're anti-abortion, they complain that they're canceled for being against it, and then they go on speak about it the next day. But anyways, I'm against cancel culture mostly because I just see it as a weapon that shows, like, to try to just, you know, create. It's just essentially creating a mob to shut up other people. Now you might say,
When
like,
you would agree, Kimmel should have created his own law.
Can I? Okay. So, but it's like I see your point, Steve. Essentially, that it's democracy, because I mean, essentially, democracy is kind of like everybody saying your ideas suck. You know, get off the stage,
or I won't buy your product.
Yeah, it's you know, it's everybody giving their honest opinion, and yeah, you can say that, you know, it's difficult to stand on, but it's like, yeah, I mean, so I do see your point, Steve, definitely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But in general, that's my reason I'm against cancel culture. It's not, you know, because I'm, you know, a lefty who lost a job recently, but it's also not because
there are plenty of good reasons not to support cancel culture. Not a problem.
Yeah, it's also not because, like I said, that my ideas suck as a conservative.
No, not at all. Thank you. Okay, Steve Wee.
Yeah, you know, I don't mean to reiterate this, but I think it's an important point in a new room. You know, if you take I looked at a map the other day of the location of Sinclair's broadcast facilities across the United States. Now, whether people want to accept this or not, it's really irrelevant, because the station managers in those markets know what their audience is. And if you're a corporation and you're in a market where these type of things is going to cause financial damage to you, and you're running a corporation, it's your fiduciary responsibility to try to protect your corporation. And I think that more than anything, that's what Sinclair's saying. They got stations in markets, believe it or not, that doesn't think like certain segments of the United States. And I think they went to ABC and told ABC, hey man, look, you're damaging us. If you don't say something about this, they don't have to carry Kimball. They could, and they did. They threatened to pull him off there and put another guy on his time slot. You know what that's called? That's called responding to your customers and staying in business.
Yes, sir. Let's go to David. Hi, David.
Good afternoon. I want to say to Steve, and I respect you. We have a Sinclair station here in the Northwest, which is as liberal as anything on the West Coast, and our state actually voted more liberally than the previous election, which is hard to do. And Sinclair isn't afraid to publish their ultra-conservative viewpoint on their news broadcasts in our world. So please, they don't change it for where they are. I'm not a Kimmel fan. I don't think he should have been fired. Obviously, this isn't financial, not because of the people broadcasting him, but the people who want to do deals and need to get them done. And I said it in the other room. You know, we have a $15 billion suit against the New York Times from this administration. We have ABC backing down from a lawsuit that they knew they could win. We have other places where now the media is being made afraid to comment on what they really want to say.
And ABC, Disney that owns ABC is a $200 billion company. Please continue.
Right. And so many of these shows, you know, the news shows, not the comedy shows, but the news shows were always operating often at a loss because it was more seen as a public good. And some of their licenses actually have parts of public good in their license that they have to do certain things.
I would think all of them have.
Right.
But please continue.
Right. So I would love to see what they're going to replace this losing Kimmel show with and see how much money they make off it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I want to go to the mods. mods. But before we go to the mods, I want to play a 2-minute clip. So JCC, Marshall, Daryl, get ready. And if you're in the audience, come on up. This is, I think it's on point. It's about halfway through The People versus Larry Flint. And it's the closing argument made in his trial where they were trying to make illegal his Hustler magazine. I think it's on point to this, but check it out.
Well, here we go, another boring-ass little buttercup room spreading the propaganda, wasting all the time, talking about nothing. It's pathetic, buttercup. Get a life. Do something with yourself. Go to the gym, I don't know, do some yoga. Make a video. Do something creative. You're gonna burn out doing this. It's a waste of time what you're doing, little buttercup.
Convince you that you should like what Larry Flint does. I don't like what Larry Flint does. But what I do like is that I live in a country where you and I can make that decision for ourselves. I like that I live in a country where I can pick up Hustler magazine and read it if I want to, or throw it in the garbage can if that's where I think it belongs. Or better yet, I can exercise my opinion and not buy it. I like that I have that right. I care about it. And you should care about it too. You really should. Because we live in a free country. You know, we say that a lot, but I think sometimes we forget really what that means. So listen to it again. We live in a free country. And that is a powerful idea. That's a magnificent way to live. But there is a price for that freedom, which is that sometimes we have to tolerate things that we don't necessarily like. So go back in that room where you are free to think whatever you want to think about Larry Flint and Hustler magazine. But then ask yourselves if you want to make that decision for the rest of us. Because the freedom that everyone in this room enjoys is in a very real way in your hands. And if we start throwing up walls against what some of us think is obscene, we may very well wake up one morning and realize that walls have been thrown up in all kinds of places that we never expected. And we can't see anything or do anything. And that's not freedom. That is not freedom. So, be careful.
And let's go to our mods. JCC.
Hang on, I can't talk.
Yeah, okay, let's go to Marshall.
I tend to agree with Cliff. They don't want to erect barriers to free speech culture or free speech in that way. It's wrong when the government gets involved in viewpoint discrimination, and Americans have to think about what they say and whether it adds to the national discourse or not. Because, like it or not, the whole national discourse is built of small conversations. And we have to decide whether we're going to stand up for an idea that people should be able to say what they'd like to say, not get fired, and that you can call somebody celebrating another person's assassination unhelpful at the same time. I think we have to have both of those kinds of thoughts in our head, and I think it's unfortunate we live in a country where our president, instead of choosing to unite the country when he had the pulpit, decided to blame it on one particular party. That shouldn't have been the message. It should have been political violence is wrong. It doesn't matter who does it. It's always wrong. Same way we think murder is wrong. Murder's wrong. It's always wrong. It doesn't matter who does it.
Thank you, Marshall. There's no question in my mind, no question at all, black and white, no gray, that the government brought pressure to bear. But is this a free speech First Amendment issue? No, it is not. This is a business decision. Now, did the government violate the Constitution by bringing pressure to bear? I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's go to David. Hi, David.
Hey, I want to comment. This is Daryl.
I'm sorry, Daryl. Sorry about that, Daryl.
No worries. You know, comedy has always talked about, you know, this quote unquote the right to offend, right? And you know, this goes back to like the Great Depression. So during the Great Depression, the Marx Brothers, Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, they would make fun of, or at least bring satire to like tough situations. And you know, it's been studied and talked about that comedy was the number one way of escapism through the Great Depression for many people. So there's always been this this idea or this philosophy about the right to offend without necessarily causing harm per se, right? And so if we're at the point where you know people are just so thin-skinned that you know the right to offend doesn't exist anymore, then what is next? You know, it's what else will people find offensive? You know, and where does this go? Because comedy has really helped this country tackle like some serious issues, even the Vietnam War.
You are boring and
You know,
pointless.
you would bring comedians out to see the troops, and the comedians would make fun of what the troops were doing in the Vietnam War. So is it that comedy is no longer has the right to offend, or is it just the comedy
Clowns are roasted.
I want to hear or you want to hear, and any other joke is just, you know, tasteless per se, you know? But yeah, I fall back on like leave comedians alone because they've been doing this for 100 years.
Thank you. Scott Jones, would you like to contribute or are you good?
I just think it's so interesting that Trump kind of ran on this being a free speech advocate, and how, you know, the woke left was censoring people, and that, you know, he was, you know, for a free speech guy, and then he's a guy that really tries to use the powers of his office, cultural influence to censor people.
And Horse Stephen Bell show an angry old man screaming into his mic.
Which, you know, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, you know, people. It's just interesting where
Jaya got kicked.
Of censorious, and yeah, pretty thin-skinned, and it's continuing again. I read in the room, but I'll read it again. The Truth, you know, from Truth Social. I love it that they call it Truths, but he says 9 hours ago. He said, "Great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert. Okay, if that's possible. That is Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it NBC, President DJ pick. No, if that's not the push to censor, right? I mean, he's. I hope NBC doesn't have any mergers or anything before them, because if that's not a pincer, I don't know what is.
Thank you. Daniel, you're next up. Daniel. Daniel. Hi, Dan.
Which Daniel? I think they're a couple.
I showed Daniel Nero as first in my queue.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you for that. And I'll be brief. I just wanted to dovetail on the Larry Flynn comment. And I think that, like, if Kimmel spent more time, you know, writing funny jokes instead of, you know, sticking his nose into places where they don't belong, then he would probably still have a job. Like, the guy just wasn't funny. He probably didn't even write that joke. The Charlie Kirk stuff. But anyway, I wanted to dovetail into the Larry Flynn stuff, and I think we should focus on what's more important, the big stuff, the big topics, and I do mean big. So I've been a long-time subscriber to Jugs magazine, and I think that, look, just like Larry Flynn, you know, the man was pushing the boundaries on size. Wow, these women with tiny breasts, they're so hot. No, He's little with these big.
Come on, Steve. Do we have to listen to them?
Stop interrupting me.
Hold on, everybody. Go on mute really quickly. Jane, that's warning one. You may not have been here, but 10 minutes ago, I played a clip from the People Against Larry Flint that was directly on point to freedom of speech and First Amendment. So the answer is yes. He has not stepped over the line and gotten explicit, and I strongly suspect he's going to keep his Larry Flint remarks pertaining to the First Amendment. So the answer is yes. Sir, please continue.
Yeah, if Jimmy Kimmel were anything like Larry Flint, providing the type of service that Larry Flint did, then he should have some outrage. But doesn't Kimmel just suck, though? Honestly, thank you for the stage. Appreciate it. And also, I think we need more than we need talking heads and bullshit opinions from people like Jimmy Kimmel.
Thank you very much. Next in my queue, it looks like I show Young. Hi, Young.
Hey, big bro.
Yo.
Yeah.
Would you like to contribute or just want to say hello to me?
Yeah, I'd like to contribute, I guess.
Go ahead.
It's about Jimmy Kimmel only, free speech? Or is it just Kirk?
You can say anything you want for a few minutes as long as it's respectful.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I would say what I've observed, everybody who's on the, I'll try to be a moderate, but everybody on the right wing, it seems like the far right wing, they're blending in with the Confederates. The old Democrats, they joined the Confederates. I mean, they joined the right wing party, and now they're like the far right wing. Nobody can tell that they did that. Most people can't. That's a Christian. So I think they need to pay attention, like what's beside them, and that's the reason why our country is going that way, because that far right wing doesn't want us to have.
You mean, I'm sorry to interrupt, you mean the Christian religion is going astray by believing in things that just are not true?
No, just white supremacy Christianity.
Oh, I'm sorry. Obviously, I misheard him. Please come.
Oh yeah, not Christianity in its like, but in its extremist forms, the colonization type of form. That is the thing that everybody yells about and doesn't want in their country, or they want that in their family. That's why people leave their faith, because of that type of version. So on the Kirk thing, I've been talking to a lot of other Christian brothers and stuff like that. We've been chatting. We've been having good conversations about. Well, some of them don't have a conversation with me because they're supremacists. It causes supremacy. So dealing with him, his situation. God bless him. Nobody prayed that he went through that. I think that it may be a governmental thing that shocked him, because JFK, it was a driver that was supposedly that shot him.
You believe that there was a conspiracy with the.
Yeah. Hello? It broke up. I can't hear you, Steve.
You were not audible for the last 25 seconds.
Yeah,
we lost you, Steve. Repeat what you said about conspiracy.
He took off. He'll come back, I guess.
Yeah, Young, repeat what you said, because I didn't hear what the claim, what's going on.
Oh, okay. So in my theory, I would say, based off of Trump's release of the FBI.
How am I now? Damn this clubhouse. Damn this.
Just fine, Steve.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I appreciate you guys for this. So I think so much to say, but I was gonna say I think based off of Trump releasing the papers that the government, in a sense, killed JFK.
You mean you have the JFK papers or the Epstein papers?
JFK, yeah, that one.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I think it's an inside job, but yeah, everybody's falling for the same thing. Like that, they're like, hey, there's a loophole, he did it, but they're not learning the lesson that it was the government at first. So there's an inner fight that's going on, some kind of Caesar type of crap. So that's my theory about it. So many things about this man. And then I'm gonna close on this. I believe that Jesus could accept socialism. I believe he could accept any type of governmental structure, because it says on his shoulders will be the government, and
ISIS is coming back next week during Rosh Hashanah? Someone told me that.
Nobody knows the day or the hour. No.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, listen. Hey, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And by the way, if you've never heard the Ask the Atheist show on Sunday, you might want to check it out. Let's go to the Daniel number 2. Hi, Daniel number 2. Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Once, twice. All right. Brian. Hi, Brian. Brian.
Hey, Uncle Steve, during the week, how cool can that be?
This is my 4th day in a row. Can you believe this crap?
Oh, that's great. But I have a question for you. I guess technically, if it comes all the way down
Wait, I'm here.
Push into the...
Okay, Dan. Oh, when he's on the phone, he'll go next.
I'm right here.
Well, you'll go next.
I'm right here on bloody knees to get to the phone.
You'll go next. Go ahead, Brian.
But how can I actually say it was a business decision when they really didn't have much choice? Charlie Carr...
Tell me why they didn't have much...
I'm about to tell you that.
Great.
Because Charlie Carr of the FCC literally told them we could do this the easy way or we could do it the hard way.
And Disney is a $200 billion company, so why didn't Disney say, fuck you, we'll do it the hard way?
Because what if they did pull their license? No matter how rich they are, they're not going to be able to sustain a year or more in the court while the lights are turned off.
You can't turn them off until the case is over.
It's clearly government censorship.
You can't turn the lights on. Hello?
Yes, they can.
Really? Okay, well, go ahead.
I mean, Trump has got the Supreme Court in his pocket. I mean, they could easily put an injunction and pull their license and keep it pulled until the court's over.
And then the injunction could be appealed and overturned and then stayed.
Yeah, and the injunction is only going to be legal in a certain geographical description. Nationwide injunctions are no longer permissible.
Yeah, hey, Marshall, that's right. Now it's only an injunction. It works in only the one district you're in, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Donald Trump and the Supreme Court. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I still think it's government,
No, I know you do. It's a big conspiracy. I get it. I understand. It's okay.
How can you say it's conspiracy? I mean, the guy said it himself.
I'm being facetious.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just never thought I would see this kind of thing happening in the United States, and compounded on top of everything else that's been happening with covering up the slavery and taking stuff out of the Smithsonian and the parks and canceling research off the government websites. I mean, all of this is just it's plain censorship. And
yeah, don't forget about the aliens. Don't forget about the aliens in Roswell.
Well,
can you tell me what was
removed? I'm trying to at least keep it in. But
what was removed from the Smithsonian?
The stuff about slavery.
What specifically?
Do I have to give you a list?
No, you can for yourself. Say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, we'll move on. Just say you don't know.
In general, it's stuff about slavery that Trump didn't want in the Smithsonian.
Right, I understand in general, but specifically you don't know,
I do not have a list of individual items. No.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. All right, Brian, thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, it's a different show than the weekend. Yeah, it's nice to see me we're 4 days in a row, but this is a different show than the weekend. Go on mute, please. Please go on mute, Brian.
Did I go on mute?
Brian, please go on mute. Somebody will help you. Let's go to hang on a second, let's see who's after Brian. I got Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
Wait, you're the Daniel though.
No, I'm sorry. No, that's right. Thank you for the reminder. Daniel, you're up. Hi, Daniel. It's a weekday show on 4 days in a row. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Okay. I got it. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. It's just funny. I mean, in my state, you know what they're doing in my state? All the teachers licensing.
What state are you in? What state are you in?
Virginia. The beautiful state of Virginia. If you say something controversial about Charlie Kirk, you could lose your teaching license, which is just fucking funny. I remember.
Daniel, hello Daniel.
Warriors.
Hello Daniel. Daniel, can you hear me? Daniel.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
I'm gonna filibuster. It's
all right. That's good. You go ahead and filibuster down in the audience. We love that. I was going to say that, and in fact, we're doing this. We're recording tonight on the Workers' Rights Radio Show, which is aired on Southern California Radio. A lot of companies all across the United States are firing employees because of what they say about this situation. This is not just restricted to Virginia. This is happening all over the country. And now, let's see. Is it Young? I show Young next to my queue.
No, Young already spoke.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Kitty next. Thank you, Kitty.
Hey, Uncle Steve and everybody.
Hi, Kitty.
Hi. I was reading on this, and I just saw that. I will just say it. It says the phrase "they will persecute you like they persecuted me" is often attributed to Jesus in the New Testament. It's a warning to his followers that they should expect to face similar challenges and hostility from the world that they face. The concept of persecution is a reoccurring theme in the New Testament, and Jesus was opposed by religious and political authorities, ultimately leading to his crucifixion. The book of Acts and the epistles of Paul show that early Christians also were persecuted, facing imprisonment, beatings, and even death for their beliefs. Historical and non-Christian sources also prove evidence of this persecution. The Roman historian Tacitus wrote about the persecution of Christians under Emperor Nero in the 1st century AD, and it goes on to talk about where it is historically, along with evidence throughout any Christian Bible riddled in the New Testament. I think that the idea that people can openly have, and I think honestly, he was a hero of mine. I don't care what people want to say to me about it, or if they say bad things about him. I think that is a reflection of them, honestly, because the guy talked about what he believed, his faith, and his political views. Now, you can hate him for his political views, and you can hate the fact that he was a Christian, but for anyone that calls himself a proud American and wants to say that they are rooted in having the ability to have free speech, I think nobody courageously did it better than Charlie Kirk. And the fact that not only was hated throughout all media, especially painted as horrendous. Stephen King said some horrendous things that were just factually untrue. Was something that he was willing to take on because he did have that courage, because he wasn't abashedly unafraid to say that he believed in the true awesome power of Jesus Christ and loved his country enough to use his ability to have that free speech to do so. Sadly, a deranged, for what is a young man decided to take his life for his own selfish needs, or thinking that under whatever disillusion, evil. Honestly, is there anybody that can look at somebody, whether you with them or you disagree with them, and can justify taking out their life and their ever existence, is a very scary to me time, if not evidence of what I believe the end of the book talks about and was prophesied in dreams through Daniel. And moreover, I think if we really truly as Christians want to get a hold of this, this would be a time, though now than ever, to pay attention to Charlie Kirk's idea for unity and for having the kind of America with free speech that we should all have. Does that allow for people to mock and ridicule and delight in someone's murder? I don't think that should be okay. I mean, people have their own private markets. If they're a company and it's going to destroy their freedom.
Marley was killed.
Hey son, I would love to talk to you, but you gotta wait because I'm sure when you're talking, you don't want people interrupting you, but we want to hear from you. So just hang on. I show the order after Kitty. I show Christian, Sir, and then you. So you're third up. Love to hear from you. Just hang on and have patience. Go ahead, Kitty.
Jerome Paul after Christian.
I thought I already spoke to Jerome Paul, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe so.
So anyway, I'll land it here. All I can say about all of this is I really hope that every one of us, right or left, red or blue pill, whatever, atheist, Christian alike, that we all, as Americans, can stop for a second and realize that each and every one of us probably have somebody in our life that we love. That guy now has left, shockingly, one not even born, children, a wife, you know, parents. That he is no longer
Great story, Kitty.
alive because of someone's selfish hatred, and for that, I don't think that encompasses anything that has anything to do with free speech. And if you look at it, that shows the steady decline of things. In my opinion, I used to love watching the late night shows, Uncle Steve. I used to love, trying to get both sides of the crazy, news, whether it was fake Fox News or fake CNN. Now it's just so absurd. It's almost comical to even call it news. So if they're plummeting in their ratings, then maybe they need to make a drastic change. If you're teaching children as a teacher, or you're a doctor of a hospital and you have patients and you're pushing your ideologies over your profession, then I think the company needs to use their business brains and make some obvious corrections. And if people get offended by that, again, the guy no longer will have to be in your ear holes. I mean, like they killed him. So I'm shocked sometimes by some of the things that I hear, but it is. I love you, Uncle Steve. I thank you for letting me go on way too long. It's hard for me.
Love you too, Christian. You're next. Then I show Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken before him, and son, Christian.
Thank you, Stephen. I actually would like, because clearly there's other people who want to speak very, very much, is I will go after the following after me goes, and then I will speak.
You want to go after Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken yet?
No, I'll go after Son. So
You got it. You got it. Jerome Paul, you're up if you haven't spoken already.
We spoke a bit, but that was in the beginning of the room. I don't know if it counts.
It does count. It does count. We'll come back to you. Thank you for being honest.
Forget it.
Okay, forget it. Go on mute, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I remember. I recognize your voice. Sir, you're up. Hi, sir. Sir.
No, it's not go.
Yeah, I really think that, like, when it comes to what America's going through right now is really, hurtful. I think that we're all hurting. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat since '93, but I know I'm a Christian. There are people that are atheists. We all have our own different beliefs and like what we do. But what we've witnessed in the last week, it is detrimental and impactful to American society. And I would really like to understand, what are we gonna be able to recognize from in a positive way and not be hateful about it. Because Charlie was never a hateful person. Like, he loved life. He loved the life that God gave him. So I just want to know where we go from here.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up if you wish. Okay. Let's go to Son. Hi, Son. Hello, Son.
Okay, so like what the girl was saying, Kitty, about oh my God, like people are like making a mockery. Listen, the guy should have died. You're entitled to freedom of speech. I don't give a fuck what you say. You're entitled to say whatever you want. And
unless you're advocating violence. Unless you're advocating violence.
Unless you're advocating violence and projecting
Breaking the law. Yeah, go ahead.
So there've been multiple black people that have been killed. Trayvon Martin, like George Zimmerman went on a whole fucking press tour signing fucking autographs and a whole bunch of shit. Like, and this is what I don't understand. Like when people are, I mean, listen, Charlie Kirk died. He shouldn't have died. It's fucking sad as fuck. But let's not pretend like I just don't understand it. Like,
Well, maybe this will help put it into perspective. It might not help you on it, but maybe this will put it into just a better perspective. Before Trayvon Martin was killed, nobody knew who he was. Tens of millions of people knew who he was. Please continue.
yeah, but then George Zimmerman went on fucking press tours, going to autographs.
Yeah, but what does George Zimmerman have to do with this?
Everything. Because she's talking about how people are reacting, laughing about him dying or whatever fucking disgusting videos they're making about his death, right? The same shit happened to multiple black people. So who gives a fuck? He's not.
Well, I will answer that. Just the fact that we're having this conversation, just the fact that this is the #1 news story around the world, that's who gives a fuck. Please continue.
Yeah, but once upon a time, all of these other news murders I was talking about was the #1 news story in the fucking America, and it was disgusting.
It's not a news story because of this shit that he said. He's a news story because somebody took a 140-yard shot with a bolt-action rifle and chopped him down at a political event he was invited to at a university.
Right? No, it was because of what he represented.
Son, are you saying, and I'm just asking, are you saying that we should care as much about Trayvon Martin as we do about Kirk? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't want to hear nobody about this guy being killed.
Then why are you, hold on, hello. If you don't want to hear about it, A, why are you talking on this show? B, why are you reading the media? C, why are you watching it on YouTube, TV, and the radio if you don't want to hear about it?
This is bias.
But media's always biased. Media's always biased.
Exactly.
Okay.
You don't want to hear people cry about somebody who got assassinated. The problem, and this echoes a little bit of Luigi Mangione stuff. We start to equivocate on murder. Murder is wrong. It's always wrong.
Murder is illegal.
I didn't say
it was wrong.
I didn't say it was illegal.
Speaking of Luigi, they dropped his terrorism charge.
One mic at a time, folks. Just one mic at a time.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make was that it seems like you don't recognize that political assassinations are a big, bad, and terrible thing. You think because he may have said some hateful things, that people shouldn't care about what happened to him.
No, people.
You rightly, just let me finish. You rightly said you didn't condone the murder, but then you went on this equivocating track of, well, but I don't want to hear people complain about Charlie Kirk because he was a hateful bigot.
I never said that. He did have a lot of hateful things to say. I never said that.
Well, what you did say is that
I don't condone his murder. But no, so basically, this is the facts. He catered to a lot of racist bigots.
So?
And he got killed, right? So now the whole country is in uproar. But when a racist bigot killed a black guy, nobody gives a fuck about it.
Son, tell you what, go on mute, son. Hang on, Marshall, I'll let you finish up, son. Go on mute. And this is what I suggested earlier. Maybe I didn't phrase it right, but I specifically suggested since you brought up Trayvon Martin, are you specifically asking that, basically now no one cares about Trayvon Martin, or not enough people did when he died than before? And by the way, that story was in the news for a very long time. A lot of people cared, but now it's out of the news, and Kirk is number one. That's just the way.
No,
Just go
that's
on,
not what,
just go
that's
on,
not
you
what I'm
please.
saying.
Okay, tell you what, I'll give you 60 seconds to clarify your point uninterrupted, then we'll go to Marshall. Go ahead.
Trayvon Martin thing happened about 2015, right?
Go on.
There were a bunch of fucking people, memes, and a whole bunch of hateful shit on the internet, right?
That's right, yes.
Nobody canceled them. Nobody said, oh my God, oh my God.
That's right.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, you made your point, and I agree with your point. Thank you. Let's go to Marshall and then back to Christian. Yeah, Marshall.
Steve, when you check
the level.
Will I check my what? Check my what?
I sent you a link in the back channel of a song, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it after the show. I can't do it during the show. Thank you.
Just to see if it ends the show. It's called HR.
This is not the weekend. Maybe we'll do it on the weekend. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, like, it sounds like you're excusing what happened. You don't condone the murder, but Charlie Kirk was a hateful bigot, and so, well, he may have gotten what was coming to him, it sounds like. It also sounds to me...
Son, you gotta stay on mute, buddy. Son, you gotta stay on mute.
It also sounds to me like you're judging offense on what happened to other people. It's offensive if Trayvon Martin gets murdered. It's offensive when this happens. Offensive because they happened in the first place. At least in my view, the dispatcher clearly told Zimmerman to stay in the damn car.
Yep.
Clearly.
Yep.
And I think there is a overcharging problem in Florida. They overcharged for the killing. They could have gotten him on a negligent manslaughter, but they went for capital murder or capital 2 and could not get a conviction. My point is, you seem to be judging offense by that, instead of saying any act of violence, no matter who it's visited upon, is wrong, period.
I think that's what he is saying. I think he's not condoning it. However, what he's saying is like the actions are hypocritical. People are crying about people speaking their opinion about what happened to Kirk, but yet when it happened to Trayvon, it was okay for them to, spew these silly memes, and they weren't condemned about it, right?
Yeah.
So he's just saying.
JCC, you dropped out, but I agree with what you were saying, JCC. All right, let's go to Christian and then Abby, because Abby hasn't spoken. So let's go to Christian and then Abby.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Hi, Christian.
You having a good day? Having a solid day?
I'm doing great, babe.
That's good to hear. And I wanted to respond to what Kitty said, because I think she did really bring up a very, very interesting point. I think people should tap in a little bit on it more.
Kitty always brings up excellent points.
I agree. I think I haven't personally met Kitty before, but she seems like she has...
I haven't personally met her either. She's promised multiple times to come out to Casa de Papel, but we'll get her here early.
I believe it, but this is what I'll say about Charlie Kirk in response to her, and rest in peace to him, by the way. So, number one, I think one of the things that she stated was that he was a man of faith, and that's correct. And one of the things that he actually put as his number one, and specific to his organization Turning Point and what he did on his campuses, was his faith. He talked about it very highly. I mean, one of the interviews that he had, I don't know how long it was before he died, but the interviewer asked him, what do you want to be remembered by if you die? And he said, if I die, he didn't believe he was going to die anytime soon, but he said he wanted to be remembered by his faith. And he always put that very highly. I don't agree with everything that he stated. I don't agree with everything he says, but one thing that I do support him on is that he stands on what he says. And do I think that everything that he stands on is the best thing? Not in my opinion. But you don't see a lot of people like him who, one, exercise their rights to the full ability like he does, stand on what they say once they say it, and the third of all, say it in front of thousands and thousands of people and even millions depending on who sees it after. You don't see that. He led a movement. He turned a mostly liberal generation, flipped the entire script, and now the majority of the people in this generation, in this current one, are now conservative or Republican, however you'd like to frame it as. I think that anyone who wants to justify the killing, anyone who wants to celebrate his death, which unfortunately I have seen on social media, I think that anyone who wants to do that is an absolutely terrible person and should have no absolute say in this talk about it, because it's absolutely terrible that anyone would wish it upon somebody. But we still have more to learn. We're getting a lot more information on it, but still have a lot more to learn. We still don't know if Tyler Robinson is going to get the death penalty or not. But I think Erica Kirk and the rest of the family did put that forth as something they would like to do. So we're just learning new information, but again, rest in peace to him, and I hope people can understand that this is a lot more than just political.
Thank you very much. Abby is next, and JCC and Scott and Daryl and Marshall's on the phone. I got to make a couple of phone calls. I may or may not be back. Can you guys run the room as you guys see fit?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm going to let other people speak.
That's okay. You mods, take it away. I got to make a few calls.
Someone next. Moose, did you talk?
Moose, yeah, Moose. I think Abby, you were next.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm commenting to people in the chat, though. It's like whack-a-mole.
Hey, it's Daryl. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead,
Daryl, did you understand my point in the chat? I don't know Acts. I've never read it, but I don't know that.
I know you haven't, because then if you had, you wouldn't have made the comment about being the city of David.
No, what I was saying, Daryl, is I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that I don't, but I do know that they uncovered a swimming pool, or a pool that they believe Christ cleansed himself in, and I put the chapter from the New Testament that they believe related to the pool, and it's a recent find. It used to be a parking lot, and literally by accident, when they were cleaning after a flood on the parking lot, the tractor started digging, and it hit something that they realized was ancient and an artifact, and then they uncovered the pool. So they're always uncovering biblical artifacts that track directly back to that time, and that's all I was saying. So no, I've not read Acts. I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you for that. I'm going to look it up.
Well,
Very cool what they found.
Scott or Reverend, are you there? This is not. I wanted to come up to my buddy Christian, if he's still really left. Never mind.
No, honey, I'm not Christian. I'm Jewish. I haven't read the New Testament like Daryl has.
Abby.
That was my response. But I do follow archaeology in Jerusalem.
I was talking about Christian, who was just speaking, not you.
I'm answering someone who wrote something in the chat. That was it.
Okay.
Sorry. I just want to say something very short, and I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna get off here. Very quick. I agree with JCC, just because, and people that's like that, only because it just makes sense. There's a lot of hypocrisy. Had it been Billy Graham, it would have not been an issue. Had it been somebody white in our lives who we really not just care about, who didn't, they were not bigots, private bigots. We would have not did that to any of them. Including a lot of atheists, they would even do a hats off towards somebody who was an actual upstanding person who helped them in their life. They would have did that. So it's not so much, they just condoned it. And want to deal with this very quick. I wrote it down. So I get this civil rights. Let me say this very quick. There are such thing as subtle racism, which is the northern version of racism. The southern version is overt, I think, and introvert is not noticeable. But very quick, I'm going to say this is crazy deep. So the Democrats where the KKK was created at. Some of them disagreed with the civil rights, just like Kirk did. Any racist would go against the civil rights, and they were against Martin Luther King, as it was back then. So now those people pissed off that they have civil rights. Those same people who was with KKK went to the north or went to the Republican side. So now they're far right wingers. And now, lo and behold, this right winger who's hiding behind Republican, just as they did when they did their little immigration to Republican. Now he's against who? What two things? Diversity and inclusion.
Yeah, the big switch has actually been disproven. You should watch it off.
Yeah, okay. I never want to hear that.
There's actually only one Democrat Republican.
Let him finish the point. Let him finish his point, then you can carry on. So go
I
ahead.
thought he was done, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I appreciate that you got that though. I'll listen to it. So the civil rights, now all of a sudden, they were always against the civil rights. They were always against Martin Luther King, the KKK, and all the forms of KKK. And now they're in the Republican side, whispering in their ear at the John Wilkes Booth, right? And they're sitting there fighting against the civil rights thing because that's what they used to do before they switched over. It's a telltale that who these people are whispering.
So I think you're telling the story in a historically wrong way. Nixon, just let me finish.
You're just making a myth, bro. That's crazy.
No, I haven't even said what I thought, and you're telling me I'm making a myth. So how about you wait until I get done, and then you can call what I'm saying myth. Richard Nixon knew in the 70s that in order to get American votes, he had to go to the South. That was where the American votes were. Yes, you picked up some race in the riffraff of that, but the main thing was to go for where votes were. 70s under Nixon, the votes were in the South. There was a party switch in the South in which you got the respectable folks, but you also got the unrespectable folks. It is wrong to portray Nixon's strategy for this as he wanted all the racists. That's not why Atwater and other political theorists wrote the Southern strategy. They wrote it because the most votes for political movements at the time were in the South. The Democrats also competed this way through Dixiecrats. Now, they were a waning interest at the time because Republicans were impeding. The Republicans picked up the racist votes not because they set out to get the racists, but because they set out to get everybody else, and the racists weren't included on top of that.
That wasn't my argument. It wasn't my argument at all. But I'm listening though.
I didn't say it was your argument. I said it was the correct interpretation of the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was put in place simply to get more votes. Now, the Confederates and the white supremacists came along with them. But and you can see this in the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, when you look through documents, he did not get votes in the South because he wanted racist votes. He got votes in the South because he wanted to go to the South where most of the votes happened to be. And that's a critical piece that's often underwritten about the Southern strategy and not explained. What's often explained is that they picked up the racist votes, and it's often explained that that's why they did it, despite the fact that was not why Nixon did it in 72.
As I said, I was just saying the switch over. I wouldn't tell you what something about Nixon. I wasn't talking about Nixon, but I'm glad you mentioned it though. So now I've got to turn.
You don't realize you're talking about Nixon. That's about.
No, that was good.
Hey Marshall, do you think people would espouse these dumb
fucking ahistorical rhetorics if they actually just open a book and read. Take a look, sit in a book, reading rainbow.
Is he done? You kind of broke up a little bit. But
If only you studied, young zealous.
I study a lot, by the way. You talk to the right person. Too.
Yeah.
If we talk cordial, you will find your way to the truth. The truth.
I am speaking cordially.
No, I know. I'm saying that's just a precursor.
I'm just speaking cordially and saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm saying to you in the future, because I know far right wingers that are leaning, and then they first of all their highest strategy is to make sure that they talk uncordial.
John, I promise you, Rich is not a far right winger. Rich has differing opinions for differing political stripes. He would be more properly described as slightly irritated but politically homeless.
Yep.
I'm curious about what I heard someone say about Jesus bathing in a pool or a swimming pool got discovered. That what?
Yes.
There was a biblical pool discovered in Israel recently. It has to do.
Oh, biblical pool.
Well, it actually has to do with the paralytic man who Jesus told to go. That we kept going down to the pool stuff.
Was the pool of Siloam?
Yes. So it was a parking lot. I mean, it's this whole area right outside the walls of the old city. And they also uncovered a tunnel that leads from the pool right into where in the old city near where the temple, the holy temple was. So the belief is that that's where he cleansed himself before he made his pilgrimage to the temple. It's very cool. It was recently found, but that whole area was literally old parking lots that they uncovered amazing artifacts. I'll put something in the chat about the city because it goes back to the kingdom of David and coins and other archaeological finds that are extraordinary. But the pool is recent, so that's why I mentioned it.
Abby, I mean, just like for historical context, the ideal of Pontius Pilate, historians had always claimed, there's no evidence for Pontius Pilate, and atheists always use that. They say, well, why would Pilate not exist? Yeah, that shows you that this is all just made up. And then, I think it's about a decade ago, they ended up uncovering a stone that they flipped over, and they actually found inscribed on it to Pontius Pilate. And they're like, oh, wow, it's actually real. And then they found a bunch of coins and a bunch of other artifacts.
Right, and then they mentioned Tiberius too. That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever taken archaeology in college, it's really wild to go there and see. It's one thing to see the stuff that had been found, but you can go and be part of the digs and actually experience it as they find stuff. And there was a volunteer, like a young girl that volunteered. She found a whole bag of coins in that area. It's one of the days digging. It's really interesting stuff.
But Abby, I heard that the Jews are like a bunch of anti-Semitic, fascistic Nazis, and just treat everybody with disdain and terribly.
Not in the digs. The digs are.
Do they let foreigners into Israel?
Come from all over the world to.
Are foreigners allowed to go to Jerusalem or Israel?
The majority of the people that work on the digs, by the way, are not local.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
so they're really open.
And then also with that situation, Sanu, I know you're trying to bring some justice to it. This is but one of the things is that there's different type of Jews, right? There's different types. There's people that are pagan Jews, and then there's
really?
Yeah. Then there's people who are Messianic, then the people that's quote unquote Orthodox, Ashkenazi, Russian, and then you got Ethiopia, right? Then you have different type of people in Africa. Some that are lost Jews, right?
They're interesting. There's because they never had the rest of they only had the 5 books of Moses. The Ethiopians that were rescued, and they're the most beautiful people. Their traditions are just incredible. And one of the past Miss Israels was an Ethiopian woman. You can Google her. Ashju. I think I really am butchering her last name. She's just magnificent. But they had practiced the religion, and they practiced it, what we say halachically, they really practiced it, but they only had the first 5 books. So the rest of the Bible, it's just interesting. Just it never made it there.
Yeah, I was saying, on that point, thanks, Abby, for the information. I'll look it up. And I know the Ethiopians, they be looking sexy, ain't a lot. But I'm saying is, Solomon and Moses married an Ethiopian woman. It started a long time ago with Moses, whenever they, Miriam, who she was being racist towards them. But then Moses was so humble because he saw at the beginning. And then he married one because he was like, okay, well, all right, I'm cool, whatever, because, they come from the Middle East first. Then they went down to Egypt. And then God, after being pissed off at Miriam for her acting funny because she was Ethiopian, he made you know about the story, right, Abby? What happened? Numbers 12, where God turned her white because he kind of mocked her for her being racist towards the Ethiopian woman, whatever, and Moses. So, and that's the story. And so, and then going to the last part, this last thing I'm saying on this topic. What is it? Oh, Solomon, Sheba, Bathsheba, yeah. Sheba down below, you have Yemen, and then you have Ethiopia. And so Sheba is known for like the.
So, going
So
back
why was
to.
I muted? Why was it like
Because
I'll
you're.
be quiet. I'll be
Hold
quiet.
on. I'll mute you.
I'll be quiet. Just let me know.
I can move you down. Going back to holding Steve's rooms and Steve's rules, it's, one person, we try not to do a lot of crosstalk, and it's usually normally, 2 minutes, and then, we move on. Sanu, I wanted to ask you something about something.
Oh yeah, go
I wanted to ask you something about, you just said, it was interesting because, you said that no one believed that Pontius Pilate existed until about 10 years ago. And I just want to ask you, did you mean to say that, or maybe that was just
so there wasn't any
paraphrasing?
So I don't know if it's more than 10 years ago, but they uncovered a tablet where it was like a stone that was flipped over, and they ended up finding Pontius Pilate written on it, inscribed, and then they found other artifacts. But at the time, the way I understand it is, prior to that, there wasn't any like historical evidence or writings about Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, because they discovered the Pilate stone in 61.
Okay, maybe it's 61. I knew it was like, maybe I was wrong at my time. I seen the documentary thing like 10 years ago. That's why I was assuming it was like brand new, but maybe it's the 60s. But the point is, like, there was like 1900 years or something, almost 2000 years of people claiming that Pontius Pilate never existed. So maybe it's the 60s. But I've seen the documentary like 10 years ago.
I'm only saying, so I did 2 years. I'm not as, I'm no Reverend Scott, but I did do 2 years of theology. I'm just saying I've never heard anyone say that Pilate didn't exist. So when you said that, that was just a shock to me. So it's just.
Yeah, I can pull the documentary and stuff like that.
I have it.
I did want to go to somebody else. Honey badger, larger than we've been talking about. The firing of Lord Jimmy Kimmel. I wanted to call him Stephen Colbert there for a second. The firing of Jimmy Kimmel. I wanted to hear your opinion on the matter. I've seen you express it in text, and since you're on the stage, I feel like we ought to give you the mic.
What was the question?
What's your thoughts on the Kimmel? What's your thoughts on Kimmel?
On Kimmel?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel.
On the Kimmel issue, that's largely what the critical thinking forum room was about today. Like, did government intervene?
Entirely.
Deserve to get
Oh
fired?
yeah, that's pressure from the top. Yeah, that's bullshit.
You want to elaborate, or just?
No, I think it's pretty clear. I don't see what the problem is. It's like Jimmy Kimmel says stuff that Trump doesn't like. Trump says lies all the time. So a few months ago when he said that he saved free speech and he's protecting free speech, that's just a setup because later on he's going to fuck it over. And that's what he's been doing. And this Charlie Kirk thing is part of that. Yeah.
So I'm of the view been fired for what he said. But he stuck himself in the middle of that debate in a really unproductive way.
What did you say that was so offensive again? I don't remember.
I didn't take it personally as offensive. I took it as unproductive.
Well, like what?
The statement was something to the effect of,
He just said that the Republican Party
had
wanted.
we had an issue with these MAGA folks who are desperately trying to make the shooter's identity something it is not. I'm not repeating the quote exactly.
He wanted him not to be a Republican. Something that.
Yeah, that was very obvious
Yeah.
that's the agenda. The agenda is to make sure that it's definitely not a magnet.
And what was really funny was when Trump was asked, so how do you do it with the death? He goes, oh, pretty good. How about the construction of the White House, you know? So obviously Trump was the insensitive one. Why didn't Trump cancel? Insensitive bastard.
Jimmy Kimmel's words injected him into a partisan debate that he probably shouldn't have been a part of.
He wasn't injecting
What I
into
mean,
any debate. He was just a comment.
Please just let me finish. What I mean by that specifically was Jimmy Kimmel engaged in some partisan views himself. He implied that the right was trying to make the shooter political affiliation other than what it was.
Oh, which is true. Yeah, it's true. That's what's going on.
He implied the shooter's affiliation was MAGA.
Yeah, because that's been what the guys, martial law.
Please just let me.
I was just gonna say one thing to Daryl.
That's really slow.
I was gonna say, Daryl, don't leave because I have an answer for your question.
I'm not even done.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Please don't talk over me.
Yeah, but this is part of why this is
very polite to other
It's
people.
because of this kind of like slow, plodding, like doofus attitude about
Hey,
what's going on.
Marshall's a mod and he's not a doofus. You're a fool.
17 people are gonna jump in. It's gonna take 5
Yeah,
minutes.
it's not that hard. Just let me finish what I was going to say. It seemed to me Jimmy Kimmel stuck his nose in a partisan matter and made a partisan quote. I should be clear here. I don't believe this should have gotten him fired. But I do believe Jimmy Kimmel should have thought twice before saying it. He affiliated the political view of the shooter without ever actually knowing whether that's the shooter.
Yeah, that's what Trump did too. You think Trump should be in jail for what he did?
I didn't say that the other person should be in jail.
You didn't even say Jimmy Kimmel should
Yeah,
lose his job.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
All right. Having a problem talking over me
Figure out what
when I'm a moderator and I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. Is it because people think I'm nice? Is it because they think they take advantage of me? Is it because they
No,
think
you're fine.
I don't know for what fucking reason you can interrupt.
Marshall, no,
Don't interrupt other fucking folks. But they do seem to interrupt me in the middle of a conversation,
Just drink another
which I was not done with.
I am concerned it sounds like Marshall's
The
driving.
point I was trying, Rich, not being helpful. Point I was trying to make was that Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said, but he stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive in the same way the President of the United States stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive. The President of the United States decided without any evidence to attribute the shit to the left. And some folks on the left, I haven't seen luminaries, but some folks who call themselves left of center want to make the argument that it was a right of center killing, despite the fact that the problem is the killing to begin with. It doesn't matter their political affiliation, it matters that it happened. So now I am done, and people want
Okay,
to
there you go.
me.
Before anybody interrupts, I was just gonna address Daryl and let Daryl know what I looked up. So the Pontius Pilate son was like 60s or something, 61, 63, something. But a lot of historians didn't want to credit it just because there's only one mention that they found at that time. And then there was also a copper ring that was uncovered in 2018 with engraving to Pontius Pilate. So that kind of like solidified it. That was the thing that I was reading about, I guess.
So, and then I would just want to say, like, I mean, I would agree, Marshall, like, it doesn't matter. But the truth is attorneys who literally sided with the Democrats.
It matters to
for
people on
what was
the
on
right,
purpose.
and it matters to people on the left in a way that is incredibly unfucking
Correct.
helpful.
But it still matters to people on the right, ultimately.
I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm also saying it matters to people. I'm saying that it also matters to people on the left, and they have exercised themselves in ways that are not helpful.
Yeah, it's like
Fucking lambasting the shooter as a right-wing nut job by fucking Jimmy Kimmel was not fucking helpful. Again, shouldn't have gotten fired, but it was not a helpful thing to say. It didn't make the
It wasn't a
conversation
wise
clearer.
statement.
It didn't make the intellectual discussion any
I think it
clearer.
did.
How?
I think it was helpful. I think it was helpful to remind people about what's going on in the current administration and how language actually matters. And so when he brought attention to the fact of something that most of the maggots forgot, that when this guy was killed, Trump was the first person to announce it before like some other kind of professional, and that's a
Do you
weird
think Trump
thing,
had
right?
more information than
The
Jimmy Kimmel?
So hold on, I'm not done. And they forgot that when Trump was asked the question that Ginny highlighted, that he did passively go, "Oh yeah, I think I'm fine. By the way, I'm building this great thing everybody's wanted for 150 years. I'm the president." Like, he was not moved by Charlie's death, and he didn't care about the question. He wanted to talk about himself and brag. So I think it's important for the discussion so people remember that.
The behavior is the problem. The issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel. Have you been drinking?
Yes. We have
I've
drunk
not
Marshall
been
now.
drinking. No, I'm not. I just haven't slept. Like, what do you disagree with in my assertion that this seems to matter in an unacceptable political way to both sides?
Look, do you know who?
The right seems to be lambasting the left in an unacceptable fashion, and the left seems to be lambasting the right in an unacceptable fashion in a way that doesn't help solve problems, only makes shit worse.
Yeah.
Like, what is to disagree with?
Well, honey Badger, I think you should stop like attacking Marshall and like, implying that he's like a conservative, right on the right. He's a rhino. He's not on the left. He's not on the right. He's a warmonger who supports Joe Wood.
Honey Badger was not attacking me. Honey Badger had a question.
George Bush.
With his men. Like, I don't fucking dog on him for this question.
Oh no, I just wanted him to know that you're not on either side. You're a rhino Republican.
I'm a rhino Republican for what other people think. And rhino
No, good, dude. Good. I look. MAGA is different from a common conservative republic of 10, 20 years ago, right? That's what I think. And there's a lot going on right now that shifted, and it's wild, man. So I mean, my dad's a conservative Republican, but it's almost like he looks like a MAGA, even though deep down and knowing what I've known about him for years, he's not. He's just a conservative Republican, and he just kind of got swirled into this fucked up shit. It's crazy.
Why do you think your dad got swirled into fucked up shit?
Well, I just think that when you're older, and you were like
got
a
older
Reagan
and
stuff.
made money and
Yeah, exactly. People who are Republican and vote Republican, they only do it because of the money. That's the only reason. Or they're bigots.
You think those are the only reasons that people vote Republican?
Yes.
How old are you?
He's like early 30s.
Can I ask Honey a question?
Yeah, I think the only reason people vote Republican is because they think it's gonna keep them
Honey,
more
I'm not being disparaging. Honey, I'm not being disparaging.
So right now, it's Abby and Honey. Let Abby and Honey dialogue.
Okay, we already got that, JCC. We're all being quiet.
Honey, real sincere question. I'm not being disparaging at all. Do you have a professional career? And you don't have to dox yourself, but
A professional career in what?
do you have a business that you own?
Oh, yeah.
You pay taxes?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, I've been in business
Do
for
you
a
care
long time.
about capital gains tax?
Yeah, all
Does
that
affect you?
Yep.
How you depreciate your
Why? What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, and do you care how those taxes affect you? You're in a state that has an income tax as well?
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
All that stuff. So you live in a state with a state income tax?
Yeah, I live in California.
Let's spoke up your ass, Abby.
So what about it? What's your point?
Yeah, and this business that you have a lot of employees?
Well, look here. I'm not here to talk about me.
That's an own
I'm
business, Abby.
trying to get to people change with respect to.
Well, I'm not a Republican.
You think you'll narrow enough to vote about those issues?
What are you talking about? What's your point? I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
It's pretty clear.
I guess I'm just not picking up the point. We'll make the point.
Obviously, you're not tracking.
My point is, ultimately, people changes in their life as they grow older and their responsibilities change and their assets change.
Yes.
And business needs change.
Yes.
So for someone to vote for their congressional representative, whether it's state representative, whether they care what their state income tax is, people in California that have certain income levels are at a 13% stakes on top of the top federal tax rate. Why don't you do the math and tell me how much tax they're paying?
Okay, what? I'm just trying to figure out what
Well,
point
are you, when you get to that point in your life, you may actually vote that way because you may not want to pay 13%.
That's what I just, isn't that what, are you agreeing with me?
Right, but Abby, he did say that he thought Republicans vote either for taxes or bigots, so you're pointing out the taxes part, right?
Yeah, I said for money or bigotry.
And I'm pointing out that there is a logical reason that people make the shift in their life. Okay?
Great, so it sounds like you're supporting my notion that I brought up.
It is not a disparaging comment to people that are Republicans. It's a point of a life cycle and a change that happens in people's
Okay, so where do we disagree?
Did I say I was disagreeing with you?
Oh, I thought you were supporting my point. Okay, well,
Understand.
thank you. Thank you for supporting my point.
I'm trying to explain to you that it's not a negative that it happens.
Did I ever say it was?
You implied it was.
No, I said my dad's a Republican, and I said the reason is because
they say it over money.
You're disagreeing with me. You're just supporting my notion.
You said money and bigotry.
I said either money
you
or
mentioned the two together like they were both a disparaging attribute.
Yeah, so I don't think my dad's necessarily a bigot,
People that are of certain
but he could be a little bit because he's a white man. You know what I mean? So he's probably a bigot a little bit.
You think
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Like he's like freaking. I'm not here to talk about my family. I'm just saying Republican is different than MAGA. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm giving that.
I'm disagree with it.
Honey, do you own a home? Honey, do you own a home? Do you own a home?
Yes. Why?
And you own it in fee simple, full ownership?
Almost. Yeah.
You mean almost?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Or you don't own.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
So you don't own a home.
Look, I told you, I'm not talking about me. I don't know why you're
He's not done yet, so he doesn't completely own it.
You actually own your home with the
Well, I'm still paying.
No, you don't.
I'm still paying a bank.
No, you don't.
This is a conversation now because now you're trying to just
owns it, Abby.
The bank does not own it.
Stop.
Stop.
And that's
Now we're
fine.
gonna have.
Cannot do multiple voices at once.
Now we're gonna have a quick lesson in real property.
Thank you, Marshall. I have enough voices in my head.
When someone transfers a home to you and deeds a home to you, you own it in fee simple. You are the legal owner in fee simple. You have a lien against your home when you have a mortgage. It's interest. But it is not an ownership interest. You are the owner of your home. The mortgage.
And what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Because I was
with Republicans
correcting
and stuff?
someone. Just asked you where you
Are you just
in
trying to
the station.
further my point that people become Republicans for reasons of their own and they don't have to
Isn't that a great thing that people get to that point in
Look,
their life
dude,
that they
I
can
don't
make
understand
those
where we're
decisions?
at. Is there a point you're getting to?
Yes, I was trying to explain that it's not a negative that people have life changes and life cycles.
And you implied it was,
You
Patrick.
it as a negative,
Cool. I don't think it's necessarily a negative either.
but you spoke of it as a negative.
No, I didn't. I came in and I was giving you I said, look, people who are MAGA, who are like this, whatever level of MAGA you want to declare yourself, doesn't necessarily have to follow just because you're a Republican. You are a MAGA. That's all I'm.
Yeah, and that's an incredibly honest framing, right? Like I describe myself as a moderate Republican. I don't describe myself as a MAGA. Like I separate myself from MAGA explicitly. I framing of my political beliefs. Like I'm not saying I can't be friends with those folks, or like I don't work with them, or I don't do good stuff with them. More like your point to pointing out the difference in the party, I think, is the complementary
the typical comment is astute, but I think it was fair-minded of you to try to put Republicans in a category where not all Republicans fit the MAGA brand. So, thank you. Appreciate
Yeah, that's only fair. I mean, there's all kinds of spectrums, right? Extremism is really the problem, in a sense, right? On either side.
Can a woman speak, please?
Oh my God, get dude.
Yeah, Honey Badger, aren't you progressive? Let me talk.
Stop.
Let a woman speak, please.
Yeah, hang on, we have speakers on stage that haven't spoken yet. We have Dope and Joe. So, Dope, would you like to say anything?
Yeah. So apparently we're talking. Well, there's a lot that was said. So are we talking about the ideal motivations of the shooter, or just MAGA versus GOP?
Well, actually, this is a follow-up from the critical thinking room where the question was, should Jimmy Kimmel have been fired or taken off the air, kind of thing, because of what Jimmy Kimmel said?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. I'm not the type to say we should go around canceling people, but I think it's just a kind of poetic justice in this idea of get shellacked and getting off of TV. I think it's just really beautiful because, the amount of shit he would say to someone in his shoes right now, he'd be just pissing on their grave and laughing. He's made multiple types of ridiculous comments before. I remember him saying that if there's a vax conspiracy theorist who gets put into a hospital, just let them die essentially. So I don't know, man. Seeing him get put off the air, I think it's amazing. I think it's and this country's in the right because when people like him talk a lot of shit and then assume that they're not going to be in the position of someone getting canceled, and then they do get canceled, maybe they'll learn a lesson. But I don't want to see this become a pattern necessarily. This is just a case where I see it as something I could just laugh at and go about my day with.
Same. I think we are becoming more and more right, left, or center. I don't care what else you call us. That's kind of where we are coming down. And screw Kimmel, he's an idiot.
All right. Thanks for your opinion, folks. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though, essentially, Abby, would you be willing to listen to my experience as a former Republican?
Why wouldn't I always listen to you?
I understand, but...
I don't always agree with you, but I listen to you. I'll talk to you about being a former Democrat and when I switched, the day I switched.
Sure, I'd have
so
to.
you can
Yeah, so as a former Republican, I just really one of the things that made me leave the party were not actually the reasons that some people are typically suspected, which is, people say racism, homophobia. I mostly left the Republican Party mostly because I saw that they weren't really as individualistic as they claim to be. If you think about, and the reason I say that, you think about issues that have to do with on social issues, if you deviate from the norm, they say a lot of times that you can't paint, you can't dye your hair blue, you can't paint your fingernails, but when it comes down to the rhetoric, it's we believe in the freedom of individuals.
And so, question: is this just leading the sex of the trans person or no?
Yeah, I know you're interested.
I knew that's where this was going. He's he didn't like me because I had sex with a
Yeah, well, I know that it's interesting that, are you against drag shows, Rich?
No, I think everybody should be able to do whatever they want. I mean, I think even a person like yourself that decides to call themselves a necrophiliac, if the person's consenting before they pass away, I guess all things are.
I'm not in favor of that. I think that's.
I mean, Norman, if you told your wife, hey, if I die today at noontime, from this cancer, and I got a, stiffy,
No.
you can ride me afterwards,
No.
Hey, gross, man.
Yeah, and so just in general, it's like also I just saw like essentially like the tax proposals. There wasn't a lot of relief looking back that I saw from when I was making less than $30,000.
Like when you say like individualistic, do you mean like the social conservative aspect where you can't really go against the grain?
No, in fact, I actually think that's what makes them go against, the principles of individualism. Like we believe in, freedom of individuals. People are different, and that's just like, it's like you see like, things like parade the gay away. I mean, I know not all conservatives are the same, but it's like you see like things like the Pokemon scare, McCarthyism. It's like anytime you deviate from the norm, it's like, or like
That was ironic. No one just left.
if you dye your hair blue, then essentially you've ousted yourself from the tribe.
Necker, do you find?
Great. Yeah, so I got whipped and Naya really does have cancer.
For real, for real.
Yeah, she got surgery. Yeah, she got cervical cancer.
What I had? Ain't long live TJ though. They ain't gonna do them but take that goddamn uterus out how they did, man.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I got pictures for some TJ. Is it another TJ or something? Somebody got HIV. I got that not too long ago.
Ain't long live TJ. That was your mama just called me. Who got HIV, good?
Who?
Hello? You talking about the girl, TJ? No, that was, I said long live TJ. No, I'm talking about the HIV. Oh, I don't know.
This a boy in this picture. I really can't see it.
Is he light skinned?
I'm just sitting in that picture.
Yeah, I look at it real good. Man, y'all so fucking good shit. They say they listen, though. We don't care, baby. Y'all come on the door.
Told ya.
And how y'all make a room for mess and then y'all turn around and listen to us? Y'all supposed to have shit popping over there. Damn. When y'all can bring your grown asses right on over here.
Can I cook right on? Can I just say?
Let her cook. Damn.
Worry about what the Pharaoh did on this empty court. Question me about a motherfucking thing. Yeah, I don't think you need to question me, bitch, about a fuck thing. Yeah, the way you and Tara told each other down on this bitch. Don't question me, ho. You said she got herpes and she said you got AIDS. Bitch, I wish you would question me, ho. About any motherfucking thing. Now, where was saying love?
Yeah, Kiki, I ain't arguing about him no more. The doors of the churches, though. There go one. Come on. Just Damn. I'm just bringing eggs up, shit. They want to come on over here, baby. Dogs is over. Dog us out, do whatever you got to do. Get your rocks out. There's another Christmas gift box. Where did y'all come? Well, I can't deal with all this.
They go another Christmas gift box.
It's a Christmas gift on thing. Good shit.
What that mean?
I guess the holidays come out. No shit.
I put the picture in Telegram. It's like a text message or some shit. Make sure y'all get that where everybody can see it. There's somebody named TJ.
Oh, Tuda at the bottom. That's what you talking about. You the only one got the look.
No, let Tuda.
I did. She declined.
No.
I guess.
Tuda, come here, baby. Cause what you was saying when I was asleep? time to eat my real please. Damn. Go. That's love. What I be talking about right here. They think they gonna get put out, that shit be crazy, man. Oh, shit, real. Hey. Hello? Yes. What was said when I was asleep? About Kiki. Cars, wait. Oh, don't even worry about it. That's what the fuck I thought. That's what I thought. Now, how you doing this evening? I'm tired. I did ask where you pushed your mom. What did I say to my mama? What did I say to my mom? No, I said, when they said you pushed your mom. What did I say to her, though? Tell me what I said. Why you pushed your mom on short? What the fuck did I say to her, bitch? I don't know. I went in there. What's your bitch? Why you worried about it? So why did you say Tira had herpes? It's sorry, they say you got herpes. Fuck you talking about, bitch. You said your daughter got it, though. But everybody said you. Fuck you talking about. Now, I ain't heard nobody say that but you. Clown asshole. You ain't gonna go out. Fuck you talking about, bitch. Bitch better stay in your place, stupid asshole. Now, look how you all quiet and shit. Fuck, girl. Better sit over there and get run off that giant dick suckers. Hold on, bitch, talking about nothing. Bitch, better find you somebody to play with. Hey, bitch, I said what I said, though. No, this ain't that. You scared them all here. I walked your ass down to the place. Smile, you know this. From the bottom of everybody on my heart. Let me know when you ready for it. You ain't never pulled up on me like you played with Kate. No, that's what. When you get through. Sure, no, not fuck out of it. Bitch, stop playing with me, ho. Stop playing with me, ho. You just be talking. You just be talking, bitch. You just be talking, ho. All you do is sit in my inbox and kiss my ass. You just stop playing with me, ho. Cause you know how I'ma come. Stop playing. I ain't none of the kids on. Kids said Nene and none of them bitch hoes. I ain't none of them. I ain't seen them. I ain't none of them. I ain't none of them, though. Bitch, talking. So what else happened? They said Troy said some motherfucker talking about you dookie. Now you wanna move the toy. I know they're real. You know how to argue so stupid ass. Hold on. Know they're real. Know they're real. Take a shot to that, bitch. Look at my foot toy, you dumb bitch. Fuck yeah, I won't told you come out tonight, but they good ain't never. Oh. Hell, boy. What a fucking soul like this child. I have to say that y'all don't like her shit, cause she don't come off the mic. But don't like nobody that do come off the mic. Damn. Damn. Okay, I'm back. Now, bitch, don't say shit to motherfucking me, ho. Bitch, you say y'all over there bringing no toy, you know, cause she don't come out no mic. I said her no neck fat ass wasn't finna sit over that. I meant what I said. Good, I never said nothing to you. You took all the fucking 2 minutes. Sorry, yeah, you're gonna use up the whole
Hello. I'm watching that, and you guys are taking it. All right. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You can't just, yeah, it is, but I don't know. They want delegation, so apparently you guys can't get through it. Dominique, you got 30 more seconds to speak. Really, you get a minute.
No, James, go ahead, bro. 30 seconds.
Sorry, y'all sound the same.
So, in human history, 80% of women reproduce, but only 40% of the men did, right? This means that women have had access to mating, while men have always had to earn it, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that you guys are more valuable in the sense, right? You guys are valuable for different things, right? You guys are not valuable for fucking civilization. You guys are only valuable to get dick down, reproduce, and do what the man tells you to do at the end of the day. So for you to say that men are not valuable, you only have rights because we allow you to have rights. You have a computer that you're able to go on because of a man. You have a house that you live in because of a man.
We're gonna go to Sugar Belly for 1 minute. There we go.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright, and the minute starts.
Give her 2 minutes, man.
Alright, I'll give her 2 minutes. Alright.
Yeah, I just want to point out more that, like, it's almost like you don't realize that you're pleading your case. Like, you don't, like, oh, but you're, like, please don't interrupt, but, like, I was forced to listen to, like, all of this stuff. Like, like, you don't realize that the reason why you have to run down this litany of like, oh, I made the phone that you're talking on, oh, I made this, oh, I made that, oh, blah, blah, blah. You have to do all this stuff because you can't just show up and be like, oh, I'm a man, I have a dick, and then expect women to care.
So that makes you valuable because you have a pussy?
Sorry, like, you're also eating my 2 minutes, like, what's going on? Yes, actually, we the pussy havers like are intrinsically more valuable. Like that's the natural order, and like all male behavior proves this. And like even when you say, oh, like where are the cities, where's society that women built, it's all around you. It's the same society. It's the same world. Like all of the same things that you claim that only men built, women were there building them alongside with them as well. You know, and I don't understand why men like these fantasy scenarios where they say things like, oh, if all the men disappear, the society is going to collapse. No, it's not. And how you know it's not is because, like, in third world countries and in poor countries, women already do a lot of these jobs that in Western countries men think are male-only jobs. Like, if you think that, oh, men are all the miners, okay, go to Congo, women are in the mines. If you think that men are all the laborers on construction sites, go to India, women are in construction sites carrying stones. Women are stone breakers in quarries. The point is that like all of these jobs are unpleasant jobs, and most people, both male and female, actually don't want to do them, right? But in Western countries, because the higher standard of living, because of higher wealth, women start to opt out of having to do these jobs. But then in poorer countries, everybody has to do this kind of work, and you guys always forget that. So my point is that even when you say things like, oh, you only have rights because we allow you to, you're creating the danger in society. Like that's not a good thing. This is like a killer comes and holds your family hostage, right? Can I finish my sentence? Like, alright, finish your sentence. So my point is that like you've actually taken us so far from what we're discussing. Just to make sure like everyone who came into the room understands how this conversation started. We were talking about like me saying that I was comparing dating in America to dating in Nigeria, right? And I was saying that something that really surprises me is in America, the men are always talking about body counts. Like, they'll be like asking women, like, what's your body count? Or they'll talk about women's body counts, high body counts, low body counts. And I said that this idea is very strange in Nigeria, although some Nigerian men are starting to like absorb this idea from listening to American men online. But I was saying that like it's very weird because like it doesn't really matter, and like it's not a barrier to getting married. It's not a barrier to any of those things. Yeah.
My favorite thing is having a pussy makes you valuable.
We're on Lion and then. Oh, Samoa's first, guys. Sorry, he called it way before the ISO even started. We're on Samoa, then we're on Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah, I do appreciate that for the rest of my time in line.
Oh, wait. All right. So I know how to shut this silly ass delusional shit down right now. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Sugar Belly, what's your body count?
I should have anyway. 16 years ago.
Sorry, how is that your concern though?
I expected something like that. If it's something that doesn't really make any sense, and some of these guys, and you're all in power, and it doesn't really matter to your value, does not matter.
Because she knows it's wrong.
No, but like my point is that
Wait a second. Sugar Belly, you had your moment. Answer, and there's a reason why, and everyone knows why. Because everything that you said about this subject was good. You don't even really believe it. Because if you firmly believe the bullshit that you just said, you'd have said easily. Yeah.
No, but that's a false premise.
I've had sex with 50 dudes. Who gives a fuck?
But that is a false. Again, that is a false premise.
No. This right here is an excuse.
You are.
that's not the same. That's not true either. Every country has always been the exact
No,
same
that's
fucking
not
way.
true.
If that is, it is the fucking truth. Why do you
That's not
think
true.
that?
Thank you, Lion.
Why do you suppose these motherfuckers want young girls and not old
So
girls?
again, like this is
slow
not
down.
true.
Wait. Why do you suppose they always want to make sure that the girl is a virgin before they marry?
But they don't care if you're a virgin. Like that's not true.
That's not true.
Ryan, okay,
Hold on. It's been like that since the beginning.
Let him cook. You talk the whole time. Let him cook.
Yeah.
Well, you're just screaming. It doesn't mean like
All you gotta do is be quiet. It's been like that since the beginning of fucking civilization.
No, that's not
Men
correct.
do not. Hold on. Men do not want to wife. Do not want to give all of his resources to community property.
Again, this
No
is not
man
correct.
on earth wants to willingly sacrifice his life for community property. No man works his entire life to give all of his shit to some woman. Every fucking nigga around.
Thank you, nigga.
Nobody on no continent wants to live like that.
Again, this is not true.
So this is where your value. This is the border of where your value is. I'll tell you. The more you run your fucking mouth, the more valueless you become. Just get in the fucking kitchen where you're supposed to be and open your legs only to the one nigga that wants to take care of you, and you'll be just fine. That's all you gotta do. We're only giving you women one job. We're having rest.
Wait, is he crying? Why is he crying?
He's laughing.
You only have one child, and you can't even do that shit.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven's open up, I sure hope you're looking down. And you're gone, but I swear to God, we gon' make you proud. Being back and off, giving up on preach what you taught. I don't know if you can see us
Some men just can't reach. Which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it. Anyway, that's the opening. That's part of a movie called Cool Head Luke. It is also the opening of a Guns N' Roses song called Civil War. For those of you who are Junior fans, you will recognize it. Now, what we have here, or what we just witnessed, was a shellacking, as the whites would say, from Sugar Belly towards Bold and now Lion. And these two gentlemen, ironically enough, are professed believers of the word of God. He's a Christian, not a Lion. He's Antichrist. But he is an Old Testament abides by the Old Testament. And I'm wondering, does the Old Testament talk about women? Yes, it does. Does the Old Testament talk about a woman's value? Why, yes, it does. Could we perhaps hear what the Old Testament says about women vis-a-vis men, vis-a-vis the Lord? Yes, I think we can. We have the technology. So I'll start with Proverbs 18:22 again, church. Proverbs.
What has this got to do with like
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. Again, to the Christian men. The Old Testament Bible believers and the Christian men. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from who? The Lord. The Lord. Not your cousins, not your uncles, not your daddy. The Lord himself. I don't think I need to read anything else to see what value women bring to the table for a man. And how that verse alone establishes her as, if not the prize, definitely a prize. I might go as far as to say behind God.
But I'm also Christian and I don't believe in your Abrahamic
convincing you of the argument, Sugar Belly. Pay attention. I am in agreement in part with what you say, and I'm refuting what they say. Pay attention, sister. So, another one that we will go is Proverbs 12 and 4. And, wait, no, not that one. Let me see. Hold on, brother. This is my presentation, not yours. Okay, here we go. Proverbs 19:14. 19:14. House and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Now, when God gives you something, is that a good thing? I think so. All right, here we go. What else?
Do you even know what that's saying?
Wait, hold on. One second, brother. A prudent wife is from, I think that's it. Let me see what else.
Concrete, is that all women?
Oh, here we go. I got another verse for you. Genesis 2. Hold on. Genesis 2 and 18. And the Lord God said, it is not good that men be alone.
Bible study class.
Don't you try to stop the word, brother. Thank you, good Christian man. And the Lord, one second, brother. 1 second. You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? And the Lord
let him explain and then you can go. Anybody else interrupts, you go into the.
Nigga just read Bible verses, bro.
Quiet, brother. Quiet.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord God, again, Genesis 2 and 18. Genesis 2 and 18. The Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. The Lord loves us, and the Lord gave us something to not be alone. And these gentlemen want to argue that the woman is not the prize.
Who did he make first, man or woman, though?
Thank you, brother. Please, brother, I don't want to fight with you, brother. You're a horrible debater. What you did was, and thanks to you for reminding me, right? You talked about what is good for the world, and when we talk about the woman or the man being the prize, that is in relationship to each other, not in relationship to their value to the world. So your entire presentation is about the man's value to the world. But again, the woman has value to the world such that we would not exist. We would not exist, sir. So I take, if I were to wait, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 versus progeny.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 PS and fucking, text messaging, I'll take progeny 10 times out of 10. Yeah, all day, every day. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, Dominique, we're on you.
Oh, can I some more get back in the queue real quick?
That was fucking hard to listen to.
I'm
Are you gonna refer your time to Lion?
Yeah, the word should convict your dumbass point.
I'm gonna go.
We're going on Dominique.
I'm my time to Samoa. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Samoa, and next we have Olet.
I'm in the queue.
Yeah, no, I thought it was important that Concrete opened up the scripture, and I think God's pretty clear on where the importance of the actual women and men are in the hierarchy, and I think God, and then I think it's man, and then in third place it's woman, and then children. So if we're using God's ranking system, which I believe is the objective measure of importance, I would say God, man, and then in bronze, third place, all the way down there is a woman.
Samoa, you're a genius. You're a genius, Samoa.
the queue. I gotta deal with
Okay,
that
we're
one.
on Oleg. You wanted to?
Yes. I just wanted to remind you guys of a quote Socrates said. By all means marry if you find a good wife, but you could say spouse. You'll be happy. But if you don't, you can become a philosopher. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Oleg.
Alright, we're on line. No, we're on concrete.
Oh wait, I thought you saw
Okay. Sugar Belly, Lion, and then
yeah. Okay,
I'll go up to concrete.
not like we veered into people reading the Bible. I just want to point out that again, the Bible is your subjective invention, right? It's a religion, and part of the reason why men invented this religion was to control female behavior and to guarantee more access for themselves. But I'm not a fan of arguing things that we can just look up. So this is to what Lion said and also to what Gold Pappy said. At some point in where I think this was before the ISO, Gold Pappy had said something about how this is the case in every culture and so on and so forth, and then Lion had kind of said something that was sort of backing that up. And I want to just remind everyone that this is not true. In the original conversation that we were having when we were comparing Nigeria to America, I said that we've got hundreds of different cultures in Nigeria, and in Africa we've got thousands of different cultures, and all of them have different attitudes to the same issue. And I said it's a spectrum. So you have on one end of the spectrum the people who believe that one man, one woman, be faithful to your husband, wife, be a virgin, whatever it is you want to do. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have the people who believe you can do whatever you want to do, and there's every position in between. So I'm just going to read something from anthropological reports of the Igbo-speaking people of Nigeria. And I just want to, people who don't know this, I'm an Igbo woman, for instance. I'm an Igbo Nigerian woman. Igbo people are not some tiny, small, obscure tribe. We are the third biggest ethnicity in Nigeria, 33 million people. And at some point, we were the second biggest ethnicity in Nigeria. This is not you're reading the practices of some tiny little tribe that lives in some tiny little place and it's not representative behavior. And this isn't just also our cultural practice. Many other ethnicities in Nigeria also have similar or the same, right? So if you read, for example, from the Asaba book, you have, for instance, I believe this is page 59, right? It says here, so up until the time of consummation of the marriage, the girl has a suitor who presents himself, but lacking one, the girl may take the matter into her own hands and choose a lover without her father's knowledge. This is, however, no bar to subsequent marriage, either with the lover or with another suitor. Various reasons appear to exist for this. In most places, temporary promiscuity is attractive to the girls, not only as a time of unlimited sexual enjoyment, but also because it involves a respite from household work. Their lovers naturally bring presents, and this is no doubt a further inducement. It is worthy of note that in the Asaba districts, as on the other side of the Niger, the prevalence of theft of relationships is to some extent attributed to the existence of these friendships. And then if you go to the Oka custom, so this is Oka law and custom, there's a section called sexual license. It says, in sexual matters, all girls have the most complete freedom of action. After marriage, the degree of freedom varies with the locale. In Oka and the surrounding towns, and for people that don't know, Oka is the Anambra state, which is where I'm from. In Oka and the surrounding towns, a married woman entertains her lovers with the permission of her husband, who is as a rule approached by the lover in the first instance with a gift of palm wine. The husband may stipulate that nothing may be given to his wife which shall prevent her from conceiving, such as the meat of a cow that has halved of twins, and it will usually be agreed that the woman is not to neglect her husband for her lovers. But with these provisos, the husband seldom seems to raise any objection to a liaison. When such an affair has gone on for some time, the husband may endeavor to find a wife for his wife's lover. If he is successful, the liaison comes to an end. When the wife in question bears a child, the woman and her husband visit in 28 days, and the husband and the ex-lover are adjured never to quarrel. So yeah, I don't understand this thing of Western men trying to scream and insist that this idea of monogamy, women shouldn't be having sex with multiple men, once you're a married woman, you can't have sex with anybody else, that this is a universal idea. It's really not. In fact, this idea is endemic in cultures where like there's a lot of resource competition. So you find this idea in like global north cultures, for instance, right? Places where it gets very cold. Europe is a good example. Like when you have a lot of tight resource competition, it makes sense that those societies would have evolved ideas trying to control what women can do sexually and so on and so forth. You also find some places like the Middle East and so on and so forth. But in a lot of Africa, it's really nobody really cares. Like there's many different cultures that have many different attitudes. Are there some cultures in Africa where being a virgin is important? Of course. Are there some cultures in Africa where they don't care what you do? Of course, right? But trying to scream that this is an intrinsic desire of men is not actually really true. It's actually more tied to what is it called? A settled agriculture, right? And not just settled agriculture, but like the development.
I'm sorry, Sugar Belly. I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yeah, so I just want to say that like, and the other thing I want to say is because like this is also how we got to this conversation, right? Tied to like this lack of judging women for like their sexual freedom. Is also the reason why in a lot of Nigerian cultures, paternity is not by biology, paternity is by payment. Because the reason why, like in so much of Nigeria, you become the father by paying, as opposed to like being the biological father, is because it is very common for a woman to be married to a man, but the biological father of the children is a man. But that man doesn't have any rights of paternity. Like the man who paid the ngo is the man who's the father.
Alright, girl. We got Lion next.
Alright, well that also explains why HIV and AIDS is so prevalent. Let's go to Concrete, and he decides he wants to read a scripture about the value of a wife.
Amen.
Wife is, yeah, I have to say it like that. A wife is not a whore. So, the scriptures you are reading is saying that a wife is more valuable than the common whore. So let me show you out of that same book that you were reading. I asked you to go to Proverbs 7. This is a whore. Proverbs 7. Read along with me, class. Proverbs 7.
Yes, Pastor.
10. Now here's the difference between a wife, the scripture that you read, Concrete, and a whore. This is how a whore behaves, even in ancient times. It says, and there was a woman met him with the attire, meaning clothes, the way she was dressed, the attire of a harlot, and a crafty heart. That means she's real cunning and deceit. She was loud, like some of the women, rebellious. She doesn't like the standards that men set. Her feet would not stay at home. She all out the street and everybody's business. You know women like that? I do. Doesn't she up? At times she's outside. At times the open square. She always wants to be where all the men are. Alright? Lurking at every corner. She watch this. Let me pull over real quick.
This nigga spitting right now.
Yeah,
This nigga spitting.
Here we go.
This nigga is preaching.
Is this going to turn into a Christian?
Condemn this demon.
We got Concrete off Lion.
Someone is playing music. Someone is playing music. Please stop.
Hey, at times it says at times it was outside, at times open square, lurking at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him with an impudent face and said, I have peace offering with me. Today I have paid my vows. So I came out to meet you diligently to seek. In other words, she says the same bullshit she says to every nigga that passes by. And she goes, and I have found you. I have spread my bed with tapestry. Meaning she's got the nicest house ever. And most hoes do. You ever go to a hoe's house? That shit look good, smell good. All of the flavors and the candles and everything.
This nigga is spitting.
Color, she can say,